Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Today we have welcomed the team from Gaze in Red to Blue into the club, and we're rolling it out across all staff at the club from top to bottom.
They focus on performance and handling pressure, and that's crucial across all levels of our business, from the very top with our elite players down to our stewards and people who are first contact as our guests get to reception.
The introduction and the interest in Red to Blue has become increasingly more common, both at an individual level, and that's into education and into business, and specifically, of course, into sport, where it's always been a thing. But now the idea that an approach to mentality could be embraced and understood and deployed across a whole organisation, a whole club, from boardroom to turnstile, on the field and off the field, is really unique.
It's something that we can really look at and look to build on. We're talking about it being a high performance, but just in everyday life as well. So how we conduct ourselves and how we go about and how we deal with the situations that we're put in just in everyday life.
Every day can be an opportunity to do more of what really matters in your life. Introducing Pluxee, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner, inviting everyone to open up a world of opportunities and enjoy more of what really matters in their lives. With a large global presence and an affiliate network of 1.7 million merchants, we're making life more joyful for 36 million consumers around the world. We're a new brand, built on Sodexo's rich heritage, with big ambitions for the future and a strong focus on accelerated growth. At Pluxee, we're shaping the future, strengthening our partnership with clients, and creating meaningful relationships with consumers to give people what they really need. From creating personalized experiences to developing innovative benefit solutions and platforms, we harness the power of digital to bring freedom and enrichment to work and beyond. Because we're dedicated to making life better for millions of people across more than 30 countries. And we're committed to working with local communities responsibly and sustainably. Feel the Pluxee effect. More joyful moments, more opportunities, more of what really matters to you. We are Pluxee, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner.
Evening everyone, great to see you here. Thanks very much for coming.
It's great to be at Worcester Cricket Club, networking with other people, grazing food with a menu that we've created to go along with the wine.
It's a brand that we're very close to. It helps our brand, it helps us to get out there. It's springboarded us to another level, should we say.
It's a great place to bring customers to, bring clients, promote what we try to do as a business, which is create partnerships with our customers.
We're a local firm based in the city centre. We get to mix with nice local businesses. We've gained a lot of exposure and clients off the back of it.
You come to the club on a summer's day, the beautiful views, the food offering, the drink. It's just a good day out with some really good clients, really good people.
The Cricket Club last year did a fantastic job. They won the Metrobank Cup. That's brought a lot of focus on Worcestershire. Here's to future success in 2026 and beyond for Worcester Cricket Club.
This is Mike the Plasterer. He needs a trusted supplier for his materials and tools. Mike needs Profile Store. With an easy-to-use website, you can check stock online, order it, and collect it within the hour. Profile Store offer free delivery over £125 and fast overnight shipping. With over 2,000 products in stock, they're sure to have what you need. So get yourself down to the trade counter in Kidderminster today. Get the job done with profilestore.co.uk.
We're here today in Macron campus here in Bologna in Italy. Macron have brought out some of the team, the men's and women's first team captains, a couple of players from each side. They've given us a tour of their impressive campus here and told us a little bit more about their history as a company and how they work in sport.
We're very, very excited. I think it's a landmark deal for Macron because we've been in cricket for the last few years through deals with Cricket Ireland and then most recently with the West Indies and South Africa last year. But what we're really missing was a county club in England, and then having Worcester. That I think will be a milestone for Macron. We're really excited to work with the Worcester and expand the relationship further in the next few years.
It was a long process in terms of finding the right teamwear provider for us. From the start, actually, with Macron, they were really impressive in the way they went about their business. They were really big on sustainability. The depth of their range is really important to us because it allows us to really reduce the prices on, in particular, Pathway and Academy kit to reduce those barriers of participation. The other big thing was we've been able to be super innovative on kit designs.
This season's kit launch, we wanted to really try and do something special and given a lot of opportunity to have some fun with the creative around it. There's a really interesting campaign. Being able to come out to Bologna, it's been a fantastic experience.
We've had a huge amount of conversations over the last 12 months really about designs, how we're going to bring certain things to life. Beard have been integral for the team there in terms of that creativity, actually making it really arty, really bold, stand out and innovative while actually making it very Worcestershire too. Ativo as a principal partner on Front of Show and the Rapids have been key to that process as well. They've been engaged in every step along the way, making sure the designs work for them as a brand as well. This year, for the first time, women are going to match the men's in terms of range throughout, rather than just having one Rapid shirt. They've got two in different competitions.
It's a massive pleasure, obviously, for Claire and I to be out here, and also just to feel like the women's team is really being pushed is really valuable to us.
So yeah, we've had the opportunity to make 4 really standout kits this year. We've based it on this idea of the art of the game. So we've been looking at how can those different art forms and genres like merge into what we're doing with the kit and make a creative process that makes sense and kind of has a narrative, tells a story. They are like my babies, but there is a favourite. For me, I can really see myself wearing one day cut shirt. That kind of more streetwear-y feel definitely appeals to me more, and I think that'll be a staple of my wardrobe for a while.
Good morning everybody and welcome to Visit Worcestershire New Road for this one-day international between England Lions and South Africa A. The news from the toss is that it has been won by South Africa and they have elected to bowl. The umpires Tom Lungley and Neil Pratt have just made their way to the middle, and the England openers Ben Dawkins and Asa Tribe are making their way out to the middle as well. My name is Frank Watson of Worcestershire, BBC Hereford and Worcester and Worcestershire County Cricket Club's live stream. Alongside me is Matt Howes, and we'll be your commentators throughout the day here. I will just get my excuses in early. The scoreboard isn't working at the moment, so we might have one or two difficulties in that regard. We'll try and stay on top of things. Might have to do a bit of scoring ourselves on the old notepad here, but we'll do our very best. Good morning, Matthew. Looking forward to this one. It's important for England to come back after that defeat in the first game.
Yeah, good morning, Frank. Good morning, everyone. There you go, that's better. Good morning, Frank. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, England's got a bit of a pasting in the first game at Leicester. I think the match lasted less than barely 50 overs.
Yeah. Bjorn Fortuin is going to open the bowling from the Diglis end. Interesting decision. Left arm spinner. Keeper standing up to the stumps. And he's going to be bowling to Ben Dawkins. I thought we'd see Seam first up, Matthew, but an interesting decision from South Africa. They look to be playing on a used pitch. Might be I'm not sure if it's the pitch that was played on the other night for the Glamorgan game, or if I think it's actually the one that was used for the previous T20 here. Anyway, here we go. First ball of the day from Fortuin is played defensively off the back foot by Dawkins back to the bowler, and there's no run. The field is fairly well spread, as you might imagine. There's a man out at deep mid-wicket and a man at long off. The rest are inside the circle. 4 on the off, 3 on the leg. Fortuin bowls again, and Dawkins turns this on the leg side. And again, cannot beat the fielder at mid-wicket. Cloudy morning here at New Road. Not many spectators. Fortuin bowls again, and Dawkins pushes out on the offside. It's a good start from the left arm spinner. Tidy, and Dawkins, not surprisingly, just having a little look at things. 50 overs, of course, not the necessity as in T20 to get on with it straight away, just a little bit uncertain. That one might have just stopped in the pitch a little bit as he pushed it away on the onside. Matt, you were asking me about pitches here this season. Better than last season, I'm pleased to say. As Fortuin bowls again, and Dawkins defends off the back foot. But certainly Friday's pitch against Glamorgan in the T20 game, it just tended to stop a little bit in the surface, and that might be a characteristic that we see today. Fortuin bowls, Dawkins drives into the covers, no run, end of the first over, and it is a very tidy maiden.
Yeah, that was a well bowled first over. Dawkins pretty watchful. Anyone that's seen Fortuin bowl before would know that that's his style of bowling. He's not a big spinner of the ball. He's opened the bowling before in T20 cricket, played 5 times last year for Hampshire in the T20 Blast, so some of you county cricket fans might have seen him before. And one of the changes for South Africa will be opening the bowling from the New Road end. Mokoena, one of the younger members of this South African side, who are pretty experienced compared to England, although England have made 5 changes from Friday and have got a little bit more experience in the bowling attack with Saqib Mahmood in the side. As Mokoena pushes off and runs in. And this is defended by Tribe to backward point for no run.
Good player, Asa Tribe, isn't he? He's relatively new to the county scene, but has made a really good impression at Glamorgan, and has been almost sort of fast-tracked really into this level of the game.
Yeah, he's had success for Jersey internationally, and it was talked about for potential England opening spots in the Test side, as this is beating the outside edge. A tentative push from Tribe. Tribe batted at 4 in the first game. Like pretty much every England batter, didn't get going, made 4, but he had some success in what I'll call the Test series, those 2 unofficial Test matches that were played a few weeks back, making 135 in one of them. As Mokoena runs in again. This time it's off the inside half of the bat, and England are underway as the ball runs to deep backward, and there's scampered second. That was good running. Little hesitant, but Tribe was running to the danger end.
Jason Smith, the fielder down there at long leg, who not many people will be aware, actually had a season up the road from here, just a couple of miles away at Ombersley Cricket Club in the Birmingham League. 12 years ago, it amazes me to think.
Tribe drives this one to mid-on and there's no run.
And the reason I know that is because I was the coach of the side when he came over, and had a successful season, got promotion, and I got a little puppy during the season, and Jason, who was missing his 2 Jack Russell puppies from home, became quite keen on it and played a lot with it when we were batting and that kind of thing. And that very dog is 12 years old today. Goodness me. The little things that you remember.
And there you go. That's the insight you get when you listen to Frank Watson. As McQuainer bowls and Tribe drives, but it didn't time it brilliantly, and it stopped in the covers for no run. First look at McQuainer, one of the younger players in this South Africa squad, and he's got fast arm action, hasn't he?
Looks good, doesn't he?
Yeah, strong,
nice approach,
rhythmical run up, and fast arm.
Yeah. Impressive to start with, and he's also been pretty accurate. I mean, there's not been any looseners out there, that's for sure.
And that was short, and it's
good delivery
edged,
as well.
and that's gone run down to third for 4 runs.
Just a tiny bit short of a length.
Didn't carry to what would have been a third slip, but boundary there for England, and it's 6 without loss after 2 overs.
Yeah, we need a scoreboard, don't we? I'm keeping track as much as I can, but it's going to be difficult. But yeah, I just got the impression that was maybe half a yard short, but that's one of the reasons that they have these tours, isn't it? That you go overseas and you give bowlers a chance to adjust to different conditions and different pitches, and they'll probably find, I think, the South Africans, the pace bowlers on this tour, as would say an Australian pace bowling unit, probably, that you've just got to bowl a little bit fuller in this country.
Yeah, I think if that was just a fraction fuller, that
he might have nicked it to slip.
But
Fortune again starts his second over, and Dawkins, who's not off the mark, plays that defensively back up the pitch to him.
Dawkins, one of the 5 changes for England, if you have been keeping up with the first game.
And he is, no, I was going to say he's off the mark, but he isn't. He's still stuck there because can't beat the fielder at mid-wicket, who I think is wearing the number 77, which isn't on the sheet. Fortune again, and he does get a run this time. 72, beg your pardon, so we do know that it's Kashili. There we go, Dawkins is off the mark, England 7 without loss in the third. So it's an overcast morning, but just a hint of sunshine beginning to break through the clouds. The forecast is reasonable for the day. Showers on Tuesday for the second of the games here, the third in the series. Showers are forecast, and they are heavy showers. Excuse me, so I'm a bit worried about that one, but I think we'll be okay today weather-wise.
Yeah, it does look like the sun's trying to come through.
We're chewing again bowls, and Asa Tribe is in behind this and just clipping it away with a bit of bottom hand for a single through mid-wicket. Welcome to anybody who is in South Africa who's watching this. And we'll just, I said I'll get our excuses in early. The scoreboard is one, we haven't got one, and the other is we might not pronounce all the names of the South Africans particularly accurately. Dawkins drives a fuller ball from Fortune up to Jason Smith at long off, and they take a single. But if you're in South Africa and you're watching or listening, then a very good day to you. I wonder if my old friend Neil Manthorpe might be listening. Friend of mine from a long time ago. We started our commentary careers together in 1988. Asa Tribe clips this one away through mid-wicket. Fortune is not happy with that. Disappointed with his length, I think. 4 singles in that over. And at the end of it, England 8, I think, or 10 without loss. It might be 9.
Yeah, 4 singles. I think we're at 6 at
think
the end
it's
of the
10.
second, so
I think it was 4 singles anyway.
we'll call it 10. Yeah, that over was.
It may have only been 3 singles actually. I'm not sure. I beg your pardon anyway if we got it wrong. We'll let you know in a minute.
There you go. 10 without
it
loss.
Was 10. It was 4.
59 for 3 in the trial over against Gloucestershire.
Yeah, that last over was a little bit fuller for Chewin. As McQuainer continues. Tribe flicks this down to long leg for a single.
Meat and drink.
Yeah, from what I've seen of Asa Tribe this season, and last season when he was in good run of form, when you bowl into his pads, he's quite strong there.
Absolutely.
And that
as most top order batsmen are, aren't they?
Yeah. And that brings Dawkins on strike to face McQuainer for the first time. We saw Dawkins here last year with the England under-19s, didn't we, Frank, against India?
We did.
And he made, I think it was a 60 in the second game. And that's an area where he is strong, short and a little bit of width, and it's punched off the back foot beautifully, high elbow. Watched it right underneath him, and yeah, as I was about to say, as you told me when before that game, Dawkins is very strong when you give him a bit of width outside the off stump and bowl back of a length. First boundary for Dawkins.
He's played here before this season for Kent as a substitute.
He's had
batted in the second innings.
He's had a decent run in the Kent side recently, as this one thuds into the pads. And
he got a big 100, didn't he?
Against
home.
Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
Against Gloucestershire, yeah. I think it was 180. Was it against Durham? Actually, I think he got 100.
I think it was against Durham, yeah.
It was against Durham, and he followed that up in the second innings with absolutely nothing to play for, nicking off to Graham Clark, I think, with Ben Rain as keeper.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think that's what the scorecard said when I checked that one out. But here's McQuainer again, and this one's turned through square leg, and another couple.
Yeah, just erring in his line a little bit in this over, McQuainer.
Yeah, the men back during this power play are fine leg and down at third man, so anything in front of square beating the infield, you're going to get decent value for shots. Was there a lot of rain here yesterday, Frank? There was a lot of rain my way yesterday.
Yeah, no, not a huge amount here. Lots of patchy drizzle.
As this thuds into the thigh pad, Dawkins unable to turn it away, and there's no run.
No real downpours. We had some very, very heavy showers during the week, early on in the week. But yesterday wasn't too bad, actually.
I know. Club cricket in the southwest was very affected. My match was rained off, and
yeah, I think most of the ones in Birmingham were affected.
All the others were also rained off. As McQuainer comes in again with that fast arm and
good length.
That's a much better length. Dawkins shaped a drive, but it was on the up, and cries from the bowlers, but no chance of that being out. LBW. That's the end of the over, and I definitely haven't been keeping count of how many runs are scored.
We've got a score on the live stream now, which I'm very pleased about. So 17 for no wicket at the end of the fourth. 7 came from it, and fairly untroubled so far.
Yeah,
these two.
Much better position than they were in on Friday, where wickets were tumbling.
Loss at Lords, New Zealand is 75 for 6.
So a wicket in the Test match, by the sound of it. 75 for 6, New Zealand.
Sounds like 20 runs have been added overnight this morning as well from the overnight score.
Pitch. For Chewin to continue from the Diglis end. Bowles, that's a beauty. Got his length right that time. Tribe went back when he maybe would have been better off going forward. And it might just have gripped and turned a little bit, that one, and taken by the keeper, Esterhuizen. And almost the breakthrough for Chewin again. Bowles. And that one's quicker and flatter. And there's a shout for LBW, but I think pretty clear that it was going to go on and miss the stumps.
Yeah, that one's slightly fuller than the ball that beat him previously.
Nice change of pace. And again a change of pace. That one's slower.
Yeah, looked like it turned as well from our angle. And the scoreboard has been brought to life.
Yeah, it's too small, but it's better than nothing. I say it's too small, I mean the font is too small. For Chewin again, Bowles. Try turning on the leg side this time. And it's gone again. I think they're trying to change the size. 17 without loss.
Really nice probing over this.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Nice changes of pace. Got that one to just turn. And that one again is nicely flighted. That's what you want to see your left arm spinner doing, giving a little bit of air, even in these early overs. And the sun's coming out. Everything looks better. We've got a scoreboard, we've got some sunshine. What could be better? Tribe is forward again, pushing out on the onside.
I thought that was going to be a single then. The man was stood perfectly behind the white post that's in front of our commentary position there.
Maiden over, first of the innings.
Second.
No, second of the innings. First one was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think both sides will be reasonably happy with this Matt to start with.
Yeah, I think so. I think
tidy start from South Africa and England have been watchful. Only one edge really, couple of player misses, but not too bad.
Yeah, especially new opening partnership. Neither of these two opened in the first game. I can't say.
Oh, goodness me. We spoke too soon.
And that was a beautiful delivery. That's
inside edge
by Dawkins. Inside edge. Down for 4. That looked too good of a length to be driving at. It was on the up. He went hard. Beats the keeper to his left-hand side. Had absolutely no chance of taking the catch. 4 more to the scoreboard. That's the length. That's a much better length.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
This one.
Good pace as well, actually.
Back of a length, and Dawkins can only drop it into his feet as he looked to force it away on the offside.
He's an athlete, isn't he, McQuainer?
Certainly is.
Nice rhythmic approach, good fast action, good pace. I reckon 80-ish, maybe even a bit more.
Yeah, I think so. It's similar in style to another South African bowler, Rabada, who's got that very fast arm action, as this one's off the outside half, run down to third man for a single. Now, I'm not saying that McQuainer is as good as a bowler by any means, but he's got that same style, rhythmic, athletic run up to the wicket, and then that fast arm action.
It just leans away just a little bit to the offside as he hits the crease. Just comes over a little bit on the perpendicular. But a good start. Just leans away there.
Yeah. Back of a length and Tribe's defending. He's running in there from the new road end. His shirt was billowing behind him slightly. These shirts aren't loose and baggy like they would have been in the 90s, but
there's a bit of a breeze, isn't there?
There is a bit of a breeze.
Look at the trees over towards the cathedral, you can see the breeze. And I wonder if There'll be people watching South Africa who won't be familiar with this ground. The view across from where we're sitting at Long On as Mokoena bowls over towards the cathedral, one of the most famous views in English cricket.
As he pulls out in his delivery stride there.
And I'm sure you'll get a shot of it at some point. I hope you will. I'm not sure how many cameras we've got operating today, but an iconic view. It's a beautiful view from here. Worcestershire are seeking an alternative ground at the moment, and I say alternative rather than replacement. Operation Elgar is underway. They haven't identified exactly where they will go yet, as far as I'm aware, but it's an ongoing process.
Oh, this draws an outside edge from Tribe again into the gap, down to third for a single. Really
one of the reasons is that there's no floodlights here. They can't have floodlights here for various reasons to do with floods and planning permission and everything else. And that on Friday they played a T20 here against Glamorgan, which began at 5:30 and it ended in the darkest light that I've ever seen professional cricket played. You wouldn't even have played a league game in it. But that will be alleviated if they have a new ground. It'll take a few years. He's out.
Oh, and
That's
Dawkins
a great
has
delivery. He's got that in exactly the right place.
Yeah, Dawkins drawn forward and a tentative push, and it's taken by the keeper, Esther Husen. No. Is Esther Husen the keeper?
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Good diving catch.
Yeah, good diving catch in front of first slip, and Dawkins is out for 13.
Yeah, really good bit of bowling.
And Dawkins was caught by Carl Eisthuizen for 13.
We've been talking, well, you used the word probing, Matt, for this over, and I think that's exactly right. It was a good over. He found the edge of Tribe's bat. We've been talking about getting that perfect length. He hasn't got it all the time, but that one was absolutely in the right place. Dawkins had to play at it, pushed at it, and perished as a result. And nice catch. The slip's quite wide, so it was quite a good diving catch. Two-handed by Esterhuizen. And I think that's a pretty good start, this, by the South African attack. It's the last ball of the over. 6 overs have been completed, and England are 23 for 1.
Yeah, Jordan Cox, the new batter in, back from the IPL where he won it with the Royal Challengers Bangalore, but didn't feature. So just he played in the first game up at Leicester, and that's his only action of the 2026 summer so far.
Yeah, well, you've got a contrasting pair of batters out there at the moment, I think, because I was just going to say during that last over, for me, Asa Tribe is he's a really unfussy sort of player. Stands very still, just goes about his business. Do you know what I mean? There's not a lot of flamboyance about him. Whereas Cox is he's an all-action, real sort of busy,
confident young man, isn't he?
Yeah, chatty kind of character out there. There'll be no stopping him as Fortune bowls, and Tribe on the back foot tries to force into the covers, but can't beat Sir Brian at short extra. But yeah, that was good from Mokoena, and he deserved a wicket, I think it's fair to say. 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 19 probably doesn't do him justice. Fortune, quicker. Tribe slightly squared up by this. Bit of a leading edge running out on the onside.
Yeah, with the spinner bowling, it doesn't look like the type of pitch where you're going to ever feel really in. The ball holding up a little bit.
Nice fight again.
Yeah, you say Jordan Cox all action in that first game. He 20 from 8 balls he made.
Yeah, he's. I've heard from other players that he's Quite a chatty live wire on the field, Jordan Cox. Oh. That was well bowled, wasn't it? He's changed his pace really well, hasn't he, Phil Tuin? He's only conceded 4 runs, you know. This is his 4th over. Pretty good going, that.
Yeah, he's had good control of his...
Really good. No wonder he was annoyed in that over when he did concede 4. They all came in 1 over. And that is another maiden. 4 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 4.
Yeah, he's an experienced bowler. Played 43 times for South Africa. 16 ODIs and 27 T20s, 41 wickets in that time. 31 years of age compared to young McQuainer bowling from the New Road End.
2, the aforementioned skipper, Jordan Cox, just taking guard. As you say, fresh from the IPL, quite a change. He waits now. First ball is down the leg side, first wide of the innings, signalled by umpire Tom Lungley here at the New Road End. Presumably, McQuainer just trying. Well, he was trying to get the Yorker in. He was trying for a bit of extra pace as well, I think. And
yeah, that was the fullest we've seen him bowl.
Just overdid it. Just trying to hurry the new man, and it really was quite wide. Good sprawling take by Esterhuizen.
McQuainer comes in again. Cox is driving high off the bat, but Midon had to come round. Mafaka and Midon running round to his left, and Cox is off the mark. This is short, wide, and
he's not going to
Tribes dealt with that. McQuainer won't be happy with that. It wasn't a good delivery, and Tribe with very little fuss finds the gap and picks up a boundary. It's a tight field between backward point and sort of squarish cover, but he did well, pierced it, raced away. Yeah.
He's not. There'll be a change in tempo, one feels, with Cox there, and that's probably right as we approach the end of the first power play.
And this one's short, and Tribes riding the bounce from down to fine leg, and the throw's wild and allows them to come back for 2. Talking about Tribe in the previous over, he's just got a very uncomplicated technique. There's just not a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, I agree. Well organised, I think, is our coach's call. We talk about players like that.
Yeah, straight lines. That wobble of the hands, that's another beautiful delivery by McQuainer. That's the length.
Exactly right, isn't it?
That is the length.
Exactly right.
Through to the keeper and beats the defensive push of Tribe. McQuainer's in, and that one's fractionally fuller, and Tribe does get bat on it, but there's no run. One ball shy of the end of the 8th over. McQuainer with the wicket, but it's been a little bit of a mixed bag. He's bowled lots of good deliveries,
Yeah,
but
absolutely
a few that have allowed the batters to get their hands through the ball. Here he comes to complete the 8th. It's full, and Tribe gets a decent bit of bat on it, but straight to mid-on. There's no run, and at the end of 8, England Lions are 31 for 1.
Yeah, 8 from that one. So McQuainer 1 for 27 from his 4 overs. Has been quite expensive compared to Fortune, the miserly Fortune. 4 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 4. But he has got the breakthrough. And the sun is definitely forcing its way through the clouds now. If you're in Worcester, get down here. If you're not going to Bristol to watch the T20, come down to New Road.
Change of bowling.
Yeah. Koina Mafaka coming on at the Diglis end. And he will be bowling his left arm over the wicket. Pace to Jordan Cox. 2 slips in place. Kashili at first. Oh, and he's nearly in business as he plays and misses at that. And the captain, not the captain, but Ruben Herman at second slip. That was a good delivery. What a good way to start. I'm always impressed when bowlers don't bowl looseners. They really annoyed me as a coach. People, they bowl sick to mid-off or bowl for half an hour before the game and then go out, and the first over they run up and bowl an absolute pie.
No,
and they say, well, it's just a loosener. Well, no. That's what we practice for.
Yeah, that's why you do half an hour of bowling in the morning for.
Exactly. And he's on the mark again with this one, Mafaka. Just short of length and played out on the offside by Jordan Cox.
He's a exciting young bowler, Mafaka. He's just 20 years old. Played 2 Test matches for South Africa. 3 ODIs and 18 T20s. Took 2 for 39 at Grace Road in the first game. Played in the IPL at just 17.
Here he is again now. Balls a bit wider, too wide actually, outside the offside. Can't believe it's been called a wide by Neil Pratt.
Don't see many offside wides.
You don't, but again, you know, as long as they're consistent, I don't think either team will complain. Neil Pratt's obviously set his stall out and decided that's what he's going to allow. Just having a look at the replay now to see actually how wide it was.
Yeah, we don't have the best angle from the commentary position for the... Yeah, that is...
Well, definitely wide.
Definitely
wide
wide.
of the blue mark, as it were. So he had no reason to complain. He's in again now and bowls, and that's better. Good leave, though, from Cox outside the off stump. Doesn't leave many, Jordan Cox. But yeah, you mentioned that he's played Test cricket. I mean, there is a disparity in experience between these two sides, I think. The Lions team is much younger. Apart from, there are exceptions, aren't there? Mason Crane, Saqib Mahmood.
Yeah.
But, you know, well, Matty Potts as well, I suppose.
Yeah, this South Africa made 4 changes from the first game, and that has made their squad a little bit younger. As Cox
whacks this away square on the offside for 4.
Yeah, that was short, very short and wide, and he just pounced. Fast hand through the ball as well.
Yeah, not going to miss out.
Yeah, Dazorzi, Coetzee, Bartman and Ackerman, the 4 players rotated out for South Africa, and all those of slightly older. A lot of international experience that they've rotated out the side as well.
Another good shot from Cox. Bit of a mixed bag then in this over from Mafaka. A couple of really good ones. One wide, one short one that was hammered by Cox, just maybe struggling for a little bit of rhythm. But another really nice, athletic, quick bowler.
Yeah, left arm over as well, which is They like talking about point of differences in white ball cricket with bowling attacks.
Oh, and that's a beauty. Just got the length right. And Cox felt for that one, didn't he? Just had a little nibble.
Yeah.
No foot movement. Didn't really get into any kind of position to play it.
Yeah, it was back of a length, and he did have a little flinch at it.
5 off the over, 9 gone, 36 for 1. So I still think both teams would be reasonably happy with the way the first 9 have gone. South Africa might feel that with the exception of Fortuin, they've not been as tight as they could have been, but nonetheless fairly tidy. Interesting position being taken up square on the offside, like a sort of ultra deep gully.
Yeah, that is an interesting field as Mokoena starts his 5th. Short, and that's edged to slip.
Catch.
Tribe is out. Back of a length by Mokoena. Squared up Tribe, and all they could do was fend it to slip. Easy catch there.
Well, I know which side will be the happier now, and it is South Africa, because that's an excellent second strike. Ruben Herman with the catch. Straight in, wasn't it? Right into the breadbasket.
Yeah, sort of
nice height.
Chest high, perfect height,
Standing
really.
wide at second slip, absolutely straight in, beautifully bowled. And Lions in a tad of trouble now at 36 for 2 in the 10th. One of their top men gone in Asa Tribe. Jordan Cox has started well. Just having a little chat with the umpires now in the sunshine. And New Road looks a picture. This is a ground, if you don't know it, that floods in the winter. It used to flood once a year, maybe twice. Even as recently as the 80s, when I first came to the city, it was, expected one flood a year. Well, in the last couple of years, let me tell you, 7 last winter, 8 the winter before. And when I say 8, I mean 8 separate times that this ground has flooded. And when I say flooded, I don't just mean a few inches of water. I mean the middle being under 3 or 4 feet, maybe even more. And our commentary box where we're sitting here was flooded this winter. The River Severn, one of the biggest rivers in England, runs probably 50 yards, maybe 100 yards. Yeah, 100 yards from the ground. And it is a big river. Flood defences have been built upstream, and all that water that used to flood upstream now has to come further downstream. And there are a few flood defences in Worcester, and this ground floods very, very regularly, and that makes the life. It costs a lot of money to clean everything up, and it is another reason, apart from the floodlights that I talked about earlier, that Worcestershire are seeking another ground, despite the iconic status of this one that I was talking about before. The new batsman is James Coles, the captain.
Mokoena is back on that back of a length and forcing Coles to defend it to that man who's positioned fairly close at point. Yeah, talking about the flooding, Frank, I think it might have been the winter going into last season where I saw some photos of the ground in the commentary box, which is up a couple of, I don't know what I call them, flights of stairs, just raised off the ground, giving us an elevated position, and that was, the water was up below there, so and not just a bit of standing water that floods New Road. This is full, and it's off the inside edge and onto the stumps. Coles deciding to try and leave, and Mokoena has got 2 wickets in the over, and England are definitely in some trouble now at 36 for 3.
Yeah, they are. That's, again, really good bowling. McQuaina's worked up a bit of pace, but he's not erred at all in terms of his line and length in this over, or indeed in his last. And he's made a bit of a mess of the top order, hasn't he? Now Dawkins out for 13, caught by the keeper. Tribe for 16, caught by Herman at slip. And now James Coles bowled via the inside edge without scoring.
Yeah, that was fuller than the wicket-taking deliveries that we saw of Dawkins and Tribe. Looked like a late decision by Coles to try and leave it. Didn't get the hands out of the way, and it's the youngest player in this England side, Ben Mays. He's walking out number 5 with his side in a bit of trouble at 36 for 3.
The Worcestershire Rapids women's team playing Gloucestershire, 20-over game of course, and Worcestershire's innings closed on 101 for 6.
Mays is a very talented player, another that we saw playing for the England under-19s here last summer, and was part of the World Cup squad in the winter that made it to the final and got Surya Vanshid. But
who we saw here as well, didn't we, last year?
Yeah,
a lot of people have asked me about him, and they say, "Oh, he's not really 15." Right? We saw him close up. He is. He was a young boy, wasn't he? Really?
Yeah, he's
just the most extraordinary talent I've ever seen. I think I've never seen anybody hit a cricket ball like that at that age.
What he's been doing in the IPL to the best bowlers in the world is quite outstanding.
Absolutely amazing.
He'll be touring England with the white ball side later this year as McQuaina, 2 wickets in the over, back of a length, and
good delivery, good leave.
Good leave by Mays. Went through to the keeper nicely. McQuaina's really got his tail up here. You could see that one came through with an extra bit of zip. But yeah, in that England under-19 World Cup run to the final, Ben Mays played a brilliant innings. More than 150, I think, in one of the games. One of the key players. He's got Diggits the lines out of a hole here as McQuaina comes in again, and this is back of a length, and he's defended it. It's dropped at his toes and almost rolled onto the stumps.
He's just hit his straps, hasn't he, in this over? He really has. Confidence that comes from picking up a couple of wickets, and they're good wickets, aren't they?
Yeah.
Tribe particularly, Tribe and Coles. I mean, they'd be 2 of the top young batters in the country. Very, very impressive from McQuaina.
Yeah, he looks like a wicket taker. He took 6 wickets in the... That's a lovely shot. This one's fuller, straight onto the pads, and Mays flicks this through mid-wicket. It's a sliding stop there by Mafaka, and 2 runs. Ben Mays off the mark. And the end of the McQuaina over. 5 overs, 3 for 29 for him. Yeah, I was going to say he's wicket taker. Took 6 wickets in the 2 4-day test matches that these sides played. And 3 more wickets so far today.
I think, do you know what impressed me the most about that shot from Mays was the fact that it came after the previous 2 deliveries, and he hadn't been unsettled.
Yeah, they've been very easy to be tentative when the previous delivery you've almost dragged it onto your stumps.
Yeah.
But no, he was nicely balanced. Didn't try to hit it too hard either. Just worked it through the gap at mid-wicket. As Mafaka starts his second over. And undeterred by the situation that the England Lions are in, Jordan Cox is on the front foot and driving on the up to mid-off, but there's no run.
I just received a message from Tim Dale Lace, and I can't access it for some reason, and it might be quite important because he's a South African cricket correspondent. might have something to tell us that is of significance. I'm trying desperately to find it, Tim.
Cox defends this one on the back foot.
At Frank Watson 58 on X, if you want to message me, by the way. And Tim Delvays has, but I've been having problems recently with direct messages, and I can't find it. Apologies, Tim.
Cox with that high backlift. Yeah, that did get big on him. Did well to ride it. No run. Yeah, got big. Cox playing that sort of throat high by the looks of it.
Ah, I've got it. Got it. Some of the names right. Fortain, we should be saying, not Fortune.
As Cox blocks this.
And Mapaka.
Mapaka.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Tim, and we will bear that in mind. I did make an apology at the start, in case we got things wrong, but sincere apologies, and Kashila, not Kashele, Kashila. Kashila, we must get that one right as well. Thank you very much, Tim.
Mapaka, this one short and glove down the leg side, and Cox is out. Short ball. Cox tries to hook this away, and it's another catch for Esterhuizen. Cox is out for 5, and it's 38 for 4 now.
Yeah, they're in trouble, aren't they?
They certainly are.
Good, aggressive cricket from the South Africans. So apologies to Mapaka, Fortain and Kashila. Thanks to Tim Delvays. And we will we'll do our best, as we always do. Hope you're enjoying the coverage otherwise, Tim. You probably are, watching the South Africans do so well. I'm hoping to catch up with our old friend Jason Smith at some point, either today or on Tuesday. But England are in a bit of disarray here. They are 38 for 4. And
for England is Caleb Falconer.
They're in danger of repeating the sort of performance they produced in the first game.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on these two youngsters at the crease now. Caleb Falconer joining Ben Mays. Just a few months ago, these two playing in the under-19s and now batting together against a fired-up South African bowling attack for the England Lions.
Cox gone for just 5. So we've lost Dawkins for 13, Tribe for 16, Coles without scoring, all falling to McKenna, and now Mapaka with his first wicket, sending back the England captain Jordan Cox for 5. 2 new batters at the crease together, and in bright sunshine, England in a pickle.
And this one's
as well played, actually, wasn't it?
Run down past a wide second slip for 4 runs. Falconer off the mark. First ball. He's getting his first tastes of first-class cricket this season. He's played a handful of games for Middlesex in recent weeks. Made 100 for the England under-19s in that World Cup final. And the Lions could do with more of the same here, couldn't they, Frank?
Well, they could, and I keep saying that they're in a pickle, and they could repeat what happened the other day, and that's obviously the case. It's an experienced South African side. We're going to see another bowling change with Peter coming on. to bowl.
Bowling at the mid road end, Nakabe Peter.
And he will be bowling
Leg
from the
spin,
new I road
believe.
end. His leg spin, yeah, I say that. But I would also say, you know, there's still some good experienced players to come. And Ekhan Singh next in has been doing pretty well in the Kent side. Mason Crane, Matty Potts are experienced cricketers, but 4 of the top order gone, none of them reaching 20. Difficult to recover from that. It's early as well, isn't it? We're only in this is only the 12th over. I mean, it's early to have your lower middle order coming in if they lose another wicket. Nice start from Peter. Ball driven into the ground. He dives up to his left to do his own fielding. Bowling to Mays. A little bit short. Just worked away on the leg side for a single. Lovely day now.
Yeah,
still a lot
day.
of cloud around, but nice conditions.
Yeah, if you look at this England Lions lineup, you'd really be hoping that one of Tribe, Coles or Cox goes on and gets a big score, and they've all fallen for a combined 21. I'm slightly surprised to see 4 men back on the boundary to 2 new batters when you're in the box seat.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, there's 2 ways of looking at that, I suppose. As they take a single, you could think, well, we're not going to give them any easy runs at all and keep them under real pressure. Or you could say, well, squeeze in tight and make them work, and we might pick up another wicket or 2.
There's one of those men on the boundary, fielding successive deliveries there, long off.
I mean, they're not going to give them anything, are they? That would be my strategy out there. I think this is fair enough.
Yeah, men at long off on the cover boundary.
Post power play, of course.
Deep backward square and mid wicket.
Played that late and they got a bit excited, but actually I think he knew exactly what he was doing, Falconer.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't want to miss that, but he didn't look particularly concerned.
It was hitting middle. But it hit the middle of the bat, to be fair. But yeah, you're right, he didn't want to miss it. End of the over. 45 for 4 off 11.
3 from that.
Sorry, we were 12.
Yeah, that's the end of 12.
3 from that. So I missed one in my notes. Yeah, it was 42 at the start of that.
Peter, another one of this South African A side that has had a taste of international cricket. Last played in a series in Australia where Devault Brevis made 125 in a T20. I think he took 1 for 30 that day from memory.
So it's Mapaka from the Diglis end. Ooh, that's a quick one. Ducked underneath by Ben Mays. Well directed too, actually, that wasn't it?
Yeah,
to get out the way of that one.
Into that sort of left shoulder area. Difficult to get your bat up and play that.
Yeah, I think he negotiated it pretty well, really. Beautiful day. Lovely view across to the cathedral. Ground looks a picture. Oh, that one beats him outside the off stump. That stopped a little bit, didn't it? Bounced again before it reached the keeper. Another feature of the flooding last year particularly, so before the 2025 season, the floods were so late that the ground never recovered, even during the season they were playing here. The pitches weren't great, and the outfield, particularly out here where we're looking, was very, you might remember from last year, was very, very rough. But this year, as the floods abated earlier, this one driven into the offside but didn't time it. This year, because the floods abated earlier, everything much lusher, and the outfield's rarely looked as good to me for a good few years here at New Road.
I was about
He's
to
a
say.
brilliant groundsman, the groundsman here, but just has to work in the most awful circumstances.
Yeah, it looks like a carpet out there, the outfield.
Beautiful. I walked on the field at Grace Road the other day where they played the first game, and I couldn't believe how rough the outfield was. A couple of weeks ago. Nice drive, but straight to mid-off. It really was quite coarse grass, and I don't know whether they used it for concerts or something like that, but it was quite uneven for the fielders. This is, as you say, very, very lush and green, isn't it?
That's
Lovely.
the perfect description of it. Looks much more like a green on a golf course.
Yeah, yeah, it does. Mapaka again in, and watchfully played by Mays. They've been impressive, I think, South Africa this morning.
Yeah, they've been really on it, other than a couple of loose deliveries by Mokoena.
Hardly any when you think about
Yeah.
it. Yeah. One cut from Cox that I can remember.
One cut from Tribe, a couple of outside edges, and that's sort of...
Hardly
that's
a
all the
half,
scoring
hardly
we've
a
got.
half volley, actually. That's been a really striking aspect of it. Hardly a half volley.
Yeah, the South Africans have definitely gone to that sort of hard test match length. They've not looked to bowl too full.
Round the wicket, Mapaka. This one is a bit short and it's cut, but straight to the fielder. And that is the end of a very, very good over. A maiden from Mapaka. It's the fourth maiden of the innings. 13 gone. And Lions continue to struggle at 45 for 4.
Still an awful long way to go. 37 overs remain in this innings, so there's still plenty of time for these two young batters to build a partnership. Peter bowls again and Faulkner drawn forward. And again, Faulkner rocks onto the back foot, playing this despite it being a fairly full delivery, playing it off the back foot. He rolls the wrists on it. Probably shouldn't have got a single there to short fine leg. They had to scamper through for the single, but made it fairly comfortably in the end.
Nicely bowled. Not sure I've seen a googly yet. I'm sure there's one there somewhere. Hard to tell from here.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything spin. Sort of a couple of hops.
Quite quick and flat for most of the time.
Yeah, it's the.
But he's landed everything, hasn't he?
Yeah, nothing's
Probably
erred
good
in length.
control.
As the cathedral bells chime for midday, ring out. That one was slightly back of a length, and Mays is timing it nicely to mid on, and Pretorius does the fielding. There's no run. Sort of a one jump couple of steps, and then he's into his run up proper, and that one's back of a length and forced off the back foot down to long off for a single. 2 from the over, 1 each to Faulkner and Mays. The Lions are 47 for 4 at the end of 14.
Yeah, and it's perfectly reasonable the way these two are going about it, I think, at the moment. Just picking up what's there, not taking any risks. If they can just mosey along at 3 or 4 and over for the next 10, scoreboard looks very different, doesn't it?
Yeah, and they'll still be best part of half the innings to go if they do that. So I think patience is certainly the name of the game here for these two young batters.
Nicely played by Mays off Mapaka up to mid-off. Sun's gone. Skies look a bit brighter away to the west, which is where it usually comes from. The weather here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. And another thing that a lot of people don't know who might be watching this in South Africa or across the world about this ground, that's a lovely shot from Mays, but straight to the fielder, is that this is where tours always began. All overseas tours, major overseas tours in this country, traditionally began at Worcester. So way back in Bradman's record for the Australians here is phenomenal. I think
it's pretty good everywhere else as well, I'd say.
But here, honestly, I think it's 4 innings, 3 double hundreds and 100. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that's going okay.
But they always began here. So when I was a kid, a pack of balls defended by Mays, there used to be coverage of the first game, usually of any tour, whether it was Australia, West Indies, New Zealand. They always began here at Worcester in April. You'd often see the West Indian quick bowlers with about 9 sweaters on. And they always stayed in the Diglis Hotel, which is on the other side of the river, just about 5 minutes walk away. Don Bradman's autobiography or tour diary of 1948, the foreword is signed off Diglis Hotel, Worcester. Mapaka in bowls, and this one played off the back foot defensively. And that tradition carried on right up until certainly when I was working here in the late 80s, 1988, 89, 88 the West Indies here, 89 I think it was the Australians started their tour here, and that has changed as the calendar has changed and the nature of the tours has changed, and teams don't just come for the whole summer like they used to.
Yeah, certainly fewer tour matches in general.
That one is so short from Baccarat clears the batter's head and is called wide. Yeah, but it was a great tradition that the tour always began at Worcester. So if you look back right through the 50s and 60s and 70s, every overseas tour inside started here. It's a great tradition.
It's certainly a shame that sides don't really tour like they used to.
And play all the counties, and yeah. Another short one from Mapaka, not so short this time. Ducked underneath again. Dot ball again. Not called a wide this time. So 14 began 4 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 4. McKenna did the early damage, 5 overs, no maidens, 3 for 29. And Mapaka has the 1 wicket, and we had just 2 overs so far from Peter for just 5 runs. Stolen single by Mays. Good shout. Pushed it away on the offside. Saw the opportunity. Took a run. Keeps the strike. End of the over. 48 for 4. Just 1 off it.
That was a well judged run. Faulkner didn't look particularly ready for it, but Mays was running to the danger end. It's going to be Peter to continue. 2 overs for 5 so far. This the 16th. Hop, skip, jumps in, a little shuffle down by Mays, but no aggressive intent with the shot. Blocks it to cover and there's no run. Mays has had a lot of the strikes since this partnership's come together, and there's a couple of shouts there from the South African bowlers as Mays goes back to a delivery that was fairly full, but again off the middle of the bat. He's down the wicket this time and finds a single. A little bit of looking at each other there, the batters, as they set off that run. Still trying to find their rhythm. I don't know if you find this, Frank, but there are always some people that you bat with that you instantly click with when running between the wickets, and some that it just takes a little bit as Faulkner forces this one away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Through
I think. backward point and that's probably exacerbated by representative cricket, isn't it? When you find yourself out there with somebody that you've not batted with before, or maybe only once or twice, and then there's others that you bat with all the time, and you just go on a nod and you read the body language of the other batter. You know when he's coming, when he's not coming, all that kind of thing.
These two should have batted a fair few times together, as this has worked to fine leg, and Faulkner adds a couple more back-to-back twos, and the 50 is up for the England Lions. 54 for 4. Still 1 ball left of this 16th over. But yeah, Faulkner and Mays from their under-19s performances together should definitely have batted together a few times in that middle order. Just punched to the man in the ring, and there's no run to complete that over. 5 from it.
6, I think. Was it 5?
2 twos and a 1 I made it, but...
Oh, you're right. I was wrong on the previous one. That's what's done me.
Forget the wide in the...
Yeah, I did. Yeah, so 5 from it. So they've been tidy, haven't they? They've been, I think, well, 7, 8's the most we've had from an over. It's 7 from 1, but most of it's been tidy, and there've been 4 maidens. Changing the bowling now. Subrakan. Subraya.
Captain giving himself a bowl.
Subrayan. Yeah, Subrayan.
It might need
off spin, is it?
Might need your friend to come and give us some more pronunciation help here, Frank.
I think he would have told us. Subrayan. From the Diglis end. I think it's off spin. Looks like it from the field, doesn't it?
Yeah, keeper up to the stumps.
Keeper up, 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 1 sweeping, and then deep backward square, deep mid wicket, conventional mid wicket, short fine, and a long on. Pretty straightforward off spinner's field in white ball cricket. And a shout off his first ball as Mays attempts a reverse, misses it. Taken on the pad, they get a leg by. That's modern cricket summed up in a nutshell, isn't it? First ball, don't have a look at the new bowler.
Don't need to. Yeah, got outside the line. Might have been going on to hit the stumps, but impact was outside the line of that off stump.
Nice cut here from Faulkner to backward point. Picks up a single as Peter does the fielding, just inside the circle. But they set off immediately, bearing out what you said just a minute ago about they seem to have an understanding, don't they, these two, in terms of their running.
Yeah, I wonder if there was a bit of a conversation, just they might try and up the intensity of the running here just to make sure that they don't get stuck. Mays has started to use his feet a little bit to the spinners.
With a single taken there. Yeah, they had that 3 or 4 overs of let's just make sure we don't lose another one, and now they're looking to be a bit more positive. Absolutely right.
Still nothing overly expansive, but I wouldn't say that this England innings, the wickets to fall and haven't fallen to big shots, aggressive shots.
No, not at all.
Another single, this time turned through square leg past the umpire.
Dawkinson tried both out to really good deliveries. Coles might consider himself a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, that inside edge trying to leave the ball crashed onto what looked like middle stump. Mays down the track again, but when he works it to the mid wicket that's inside the ring, he's fairly straight. Man at deep mid wicket on a few yards in from the boundary and long on, and then that straight mid wicket in the ring who fields this one again. And
we're going to have a drinks break.
3 off Subrayan's first over.
And a leg bye.
Good catch there, Frank.
Drinks break, a reminder of the food and drink service here at New Road today. The second suite is open at the New Road end of the ground. They will serve you with pasties, samosas, sausage rolls, drinks, etc.
So 17 gone, 58 for 4. Bowling figures so far: 4 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 4. McKenna 5 overs, no maidens, 3 wickets for 29. Mapaka 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. Peter 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 10. And Subrayan 1 over, no maidens, no wicket for 3. The men out: Dawkins caught Esterhuizen and bowled McKenna for 13. Tribe caught Herman, bowled McKenna for 16. Coles bowled McKenna without scoring. And Cox caught Esterhuizen, bowled Mapaka for 5. And it's drinks.
Nice little rebuild here so far by Mays and Faulkner. Last wicket fell on 38. These two have added 20. Faulkner on 12 and Mays on 8.
At the rear of the marquee stroke ladies pavilion. Please don't smoke anywhere else on the ground. Thank you very much.
So, South Africa huddle, be pretty happy, I would think, as the captain has a few words about the way things have gone so far. Very tidy out cricket. Few bad deliveries. No dropped catches. Not much in the way of any misfields. It's been really, you'd be pretty happy if you were one of the South African coaches, I think. England, for their part, those batters won't need telling. Let's just keep doing what we're doing, building this recovery.
Yeah, I think the South Africa A bowling coach, who I think is Rory Kleinfeld, who's played some county cricket.
He has.
In the past.
Won a couple of T20s here for Northants, I can tell you that. Yeah.
I think he'll be pretty happy with how his charges have gone about their work so far.
Absolutely.
Only 3 wides, Frank? Very disciplined.
3 wides, yeah.
Very disciplined bowling.
And they now need to be patient. If you're South Africa and you've knocked over those 4 early wickets, you'd sense that there's always going to be a bit of a recovery. And now you'll be saying, well, let's be patient and make sure that when the chance to break this partnership comes along, we get it.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to go chasing wickets here.
Subrayan, apparently, not Subrayan. Subrayan. as in Sir Brian.
As Peter continues, and this one's off the...
Can't think of any Sir Brians, can you? There must be one or two. Probably a few actors. Is Brian Cox Sir? I don't know. Anyway.
Brian May not been knighted yet?
Probably. Thanks for that again, Tim. Are we doing okay otherwise, Tim? I hope so. Single taken here by Faulkner.
He's trying to work that one.
Actually, sorry, it was Mays that got the single. It's Faulkner on strike now, I think. If the board's right.
The board is not right.
No, it's not right. Okay. I was right then in the first, when I said it the first time. You're quite correct.
Another reverse sweep and
plays it well.
There's an appeal only from the bowler, but it looked like Mays got bat on it. Not a big chunk of bat, but enough to get it fine for 2.
So Faulkner is wearing 27.
And Mays 71, I believe.
Not 5, as he was down on the scorecard.
And this time he's down the wicket. That's beautiful. That's through straightish mid on for 4 runs. It's a man back at long off, but it was far too straight for him to get round and cut that off.
Good cricket at the moment from these two. Not Sir Brian, Sue Brian. Sue.
You'll be an expert come Tuesday, Frank.
I will.
When they'll
all change the team.
I was just about to say, when they rotate the team and you've got to do it all over again.
I'm going to I'll have Tim alongside me, metaphorically.
Big appeal here, and
it's going down, isn't it?
Yeah, Mays looked to work that
a bit low,
through square leg.
7 off.
Looks like the wind's picked up a little bit out there, and looks a little chilly. Peter was blowing into those fingers, trying to keep them warm as at the top of his mark. Yeah,
we're just outside, pitch outside leg, I think, as well, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't think.
7 off the over, 65 for 4. Scoreboard's gone on strike. It's a bit of a worry. It's still showing exactly the same reading as it did when we were arguing about who got the first single. So Brian to continue from the Diglis end. That's nicely
that's
driven
be 4.
by Faulkner. Beautifully driven. Faulkner. Mays.
Faulkner.
No, Faulkner. Yeah. Apologies. They do look alike, don't they?
They're very similar in stature from
different bat manufacturer, I think.
They do.
But that was a lovely shot through the covers. Pressure on the bowler.
Faulkner has the flash of pink on his handle.
That one worked on the onside with the spin. 69 for 4 in the 19th.
That was a beautiful cover drive for 4.
It was, yeah.
Just over pitched and caressed it. Didn't try to hit it too hard.
And now just nurdles it up to long on for a single. 70 for 4. Good partnership developing between these two. And they are just beginning to accelerate a little bit. They've done exactly what was required, having come together at 38 for 4 in the 11th. And down the pitch comes Mays and drives that up to long on. They're milking the bowling a bit now, which is exactly what is required.
Yeah, Mays certainly looks comfortable against the spinners, starting to use his feet regularly, try and change up that bowler's length. grunt from the bowler there to completely over no run.
6 off it. 71 for 4 from 19.
Yeah, runs just starting to come a little bit easier.
By the end of the over, Worcestershire are starting up Worcestershire. England are 71 for 4.
You can tell they're trying to fix the scoreboard by oh, here we are. I've seen the computer screen in the middle of it. It's been fixed, but it's way smaller than it usually is. The font on there. I don't know why they have trouble with it. I really don't. Anyway, it's okay. Peter to continue from the Diglis end. 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 17 so far from him. From the New Road end, I should say. This one fired through and played off the back foot by Ben Mays.
Yeah, that one was really quick and flat. Just looking to try and catch Mays going back to a delivery that shoots on a little bit. Mays equal to it.
And a good piece of fielding off his own bowling. 20th over then.
Worked to mid-wicket for no run. Feels like South Africa are just trying to get a little bit control back again. The field is just starting to pipe up a little bit more. There's Mays, that's a beautiful shot. Down the pitch again and whipping it past the sprawling fielder. As a man at deep mid-wicket, Ruben Herman comes round and cuts it off, keeps it to 2. Ruben Herman, his brother Jordan currently playing for Somerset in the T20 Blast. Mays this time doesn't use his feet, gets a big stride in and drives the ball down to long off for another single.
Tim Dale-Lace, who's been helping with our pronunciations, says he's hoping he'll see New Road again before they move. Well, they won't abandon New Road, Tim. That's the plan, is to keep it. You can't sell it for building or anything like that because it floods so much. It might be used for women's cricket, it might be used for some games, and the alternative might be somewhere else. That was nearly out, wasn't it?
I don't quite know how that missed.
Went back to a ball that he shouldn't have gone back to, and it fizzed through outside the off stump.
It looked like that quicker one that Peter bowls.
England now has 74 for
Faulkner was trying to hit it through extra cover.
Yeah, it was a leg break there. Just misread it, didn't he? 3 off the over. So 20 gone, 74 for 4. That was a test update, was it?
I think that was a Worcestershire Women update, was it?
I think it was a test update as well. I'll have a look. I'll have a look what's going on in the test match.
As Subrayan, there you go. Check the pronunciation notes. Continues. Mays is again down the pitch and getting the ball down to long on for 1. As the scoreboard is now deep into some sort of program on the computer as Faulkner's down the pitch and hitting over the top. Doesn't get hold of it. There's a sprawling effort by the fielder and they restrict it to 2. Faulkner, for the first time, down the pitch, following Mays' lead, and hits it straight back over the bowler's head, but clearly didn't get a good piece of it because the man at long on was able to get across and athletically stop it.
England 1 wicket away from winning. 120 odd for 9.
Faulkner this time, a little nudge into the leg side. Another single. There's that reverse sweep again, but straight to Peter. But they do well to scamper through for a single.
Just a little nudge, really. It wasn't a hit, was it? Just a little flick. Reverse paddle, really.
Yeah, there is a man on the boundary who, if he plays it more firmly, should be able to cut it off, but
it's an impressive partnership, this, I think. They've added 41 now, in just the right sort of fashion.
yeah, they've been positive without being reckless.
Absolutely.
Just the tempo of looking to score, albeit in singles and the occasional inventive reverse sweep or using their feet. But what I've liked about this partnership is that they have looked to keep the scoreboard ticking over. The idea when you bring two spinners on, especially in white ball cricket, is can you tie the opposition down and get through a lot of overs quickly? But these two have managed to make sure that the scoreboard is improving slightly for the England Lions.
Yeah, they've done it. They've played in a mature fashion. That's what I would say. They've made their minds up how they're going to go about it, and they've just said, right, first few overs, we've lost those wickets. Let's just make sure we don't do anything silly and get into big trouble. And they've done that, and now they've begun to accelerate. Did I hear a change in the bowling?
No, just announcing that Tony Dezorzi is on the field, directly in front of us at long on.
Peter to continue. Ooh, that one fizzes through. And Mays is on the back foot, taking on the pad. Little inside edge, I think. Caused a bit of excitement for the bowler. Sun's back as he comes in. Again, it's quick, and that is beautifully played. It's almost as though he knew what was coming there, Mays.
I think he predicted that the quicker ball was going to come there.
Just perfectly executed that little reverse flick.
Didn't try and hit it, like
no, just deflected.
Deflected, got the bat in the way.
Yeah, just beautifully played. It's a cracking shot. In the old days, you'd have had to play a late cut to play that shot, to get the ball to where it went. He knows there's no slip, just turned it round. Modern cricket shot, perfectly executed. And now a traditional cricket shot, perfectly executed, a forward defensive. It's good work from Mays. He's on 24. Falconer is on 21. And the partnership is worth 45 now, I think. Peter again is in and bowls and worked on the onside straight to mid wicket.
I think that's where Falconer's been really good, in that Mays there, either side of that fielder that he picks out is a single. Falconer is 21 from 23 balls. He just seems to have been able to, whenever he's looked to rotate the strike, the ball's gone in the gap. Mays this time does get a single because that field has moved anywhere on the leg side in front of the batter. There's a single. Peter's 6th over is a dot ball.
5 from it. 84
The test match
for
points
4.
New Zealand are 134 for 9.
And the partnership continues to thrive. 25 off 46 for Mays. 21 off just 24 for Falconer. Oh, that's great work in the covers. Beautiful diving stop by Herman away to his left. Because I think genuinely Falconer thought that was on the way to the boundary. Sorry, Mays thought that was on the way to the boundary. Diving to his left, Herman. It would have gone for 4.
Yeah, I think it had taken some stopping by the man on the boundary.
Sue Bryan again bowls a bit slower this time, and Mays off the back foot plays up to mid wicket, fielded by Kashila. Quicker from Sue Bryan and just worked away on the onside for a single by Mays. Dawkins out for 13, Tribe for 16, Jordan Cox for 5, Coles without scoring are the men that have gone. 3 wickets for the impressive McKenna, 1 for Mapaka. Sue Bryan turned on the onside, another single.
Mays had to get a shuffle on then. Don't think he was expecting Falconer to come call him through, but ball's just enough in the gap.
No, not really much sign of any turn for the spinners. Oh, that's the first really big hit of the innings, and he's lost his wicket to it. I thought initially, well, he didn't get hold of it. He's gone down the pitch, tried to hit it over the top, didn't get hold of it, but I thought it was going to be safe because it was heading towards long off. But actually, Jason Smith, who was at long on, has run round and taken a very, very good catch, almost directly behind the bowler when he caught it. He's kind of given it away there, hasn't he?
Yeah, like Mays couldn't believe that didn't go for a boundary.
Mays was caught by Jason Smith.
It was an excellent catch running round. Had
Had
maybe
26.
10, 15 yards to run round, running to his left. And that brings an end to the best partnership of the innings so far by England.
48.
May's gone for 26. Brings Ekansh Singh
good player
to the wicket.
Good player, Ekansh Singh of Kent. There's another one who's already played here this season. And was actually brought into the Kent side, didn't he? Into the first team in the Red Bull County Championship in the last round, I think. Quite a mature player.
Another graduate of the under-19 side that played here last year.
Absolutely.
One of the few bright spots from the 2 4-day matches that these two sides played. He made 95 in one of the innings. If If you don't know that South Africa A won comprehensively both matches by 8 wickets.
Last ball of the over. 2 off it and a wicket. 86 for 5 at the end of 23. South Africa continue to impress with their overall cricket. Peter is going to continue from the New Road end. He's gone for 25 from 6. A reasonable economy rate in modern Monday cricket for a leg spinner. And he's bowling to Caleb Faulkner. Plays that defensively.
Played that very late, fielded by the keeper.
Chilly now, sun's gone. Not a great crowd. Free entry for members, £10 for adults otherwise. Well, there's the burst. That is huge. I think that's into the top deck of the New Road stand. First 6 of the innings and absolutely middled by Caleb Faulkner. What a super shot that was.
Didn't try and overhit it either, did he?
No,
Just made sure he got towards the pitch of the ball. Didn't get anywhere close to the pitch of the ball, but did try to get down closer to it.
I tell you what, it's gone out the ground. It's gone into New Road, and anybody who knows this ground will tell you that that's a fair hit. It's not gone over the road like we used to see Graham Hick do. And Johnny Bairstow played a T20 innings here 4 or 5 years ago on one leg. He went down injured and was screamed in pain and having completed a run, and everybody thought, oh, you know, he'll have to go off. Well, he decided to carry on, but he wasn't going to run much, and he hit 10 sixes, and 2 or 3 of them went over the road into the park on the other side of the road. I've never seen hitting like it. Not since the days of Tom Moody and Graham Hick anyway. It was huge. That one wasn't quite so big, but it's required the box of balls to be brought out. Absolutely massive from Caleb Faulkner. It's a driver and a 5-iron for me, that. Peter bowls, and that one's just clipped away nicely on the onside. I always like to see a player do that. When he's hit a big 6, just play the next one a little bit more circumspectly. He's just in control of the adrenaline.
Yeah, Peter certainly wasn't looking to float another one up and see if Faulkner wanted to try a repeat dosage, but just very mature batting by Faulkner. Just boundary followed by a single.
Very mature, I agree. Peter Singh not yet off the mark, pushes it out on the offside.
I think the wind has picked up a little bit out there again. The trees away to our left in front of the cathedral starting to blow with a little bit more gusto, and I saw Pretorius in front of us with the hand warmers as well.
Nice, lovely take that, wasn't it? It's a wide, but it was a beautiful bit of work by the keeper.
Yeah, fast hands whip the bails off, forces a change in the field there. I think the man going back at deep backward square, probably for that delivery that's fired in and squirted away.
Pushed for an easy single.
Singh now off the mark from his third delivery. That's nicely played, just got slightly leg side of it, gives himself access to the ball so that he could find the gap past the bowler. Faulkner chops this down towards the third man boundary diving attempt at stop by the fielder, but beats him. Doesn't run away for 4 though, just a couple.
11 off the over though.
Most expensive over of the innings so far.
97 for 5. There's 1 to go before the halfway point. Decent recovery from 38 for 4. But they don't want to lose another couple until they're in the last 10, I would say, because...
yeah, this partnership's going to have to do a lot more here.
Too long to go. What would you do if you were the captain? I'm be tempted to bring a seamer back, I think.
How many's Mapaka bowled? Can you see on the scorecard there?
4. 4 overs,
yeah.
1 for 11.
I would be tempted to give him another couple of overs here. Because if you can get one of these 2 out, you're then looking at Potts, Jack, Crane.
14 is coming back instead.
Very miserly in that first spell in the power play. 4 overs for 4 with 3 maidens, was it, Frank?
Yeah.
From that same end where he opened the bowling. As he bowls a couple of... He starts with a full delivery that's worked to the man in the ring, and there's no run.
Just passing on some of our...
This time back of a length. Singh looks to hit it through the offside, but the ball skids on a little bit and comes off the inside half of the bat, goes into the leg side, but the same outcome. Gets a single.
Predictive text does not like some of these pronunciations.
This is short, and Faulkner gets leg side of it, hits it out to the sweeper on the offside boundary. Fortain's really difficult to get away. He definitely doesn't spin the ball big, or at least hasn't today. But he does just change the pace nicely. This one's slower and worked out to the sweeper on the leg side boundary. As that single brings up England's 100 for 5, 1 ball shy of the halfway mark in this innings. As Faulkner this time rocks back, and it's just a single to complete the over. And at the halfway point, England are 101 for 5. Faulkner 33, just better than a runner ball, and Ekhanch Singh, new to the crease, is on 3.
Mason Crane, Matty Potts, Eddie Jack and Saqib Mahmood, the batters to come. So I think, as you said, Matt, this partnership is important. And here we go, we've got a change in the bowling, and it is a seamer.
It looks like McQueen is coming back, is it?
McKenna coming back, having bowled pretty well early on. He gave the batsman scoring opportunities, but he also picked up those crucial first 3 wickets. Hope you're enjoying our coverage from Visit Worcestershire New Road. I am Frank Watson, BBC Hereford Worcester, and alongside me is Matt Howes, and we'll be with you throughout the day. I'll be here on Tuesday for the next in this series of games alongside Jim Dale.
Oh, we've got New Road and Nakabuni back away now.
And it is McKenna coming in again now, who impressed earlier. And he's
that's a good money again.
On it, yeah, right on it. Good first ball, and again decent pace. Not as quick as he bowled some deliveries this morning. But I approve of this change. I think they were just beginning to get the measure of Peter, and I think the captain saw that 6 hit into New Road and thought, enough, we'll make a change.
Yeah, I like it. Aggressive captaincy. I always like when knowing that you've got a strike bowler or two, someone who's bowled well.
This one chopped down off the bottom edge. You call it aggressive captaincy. You know, I used to feel that when I was a coach, and I still do a bit of coaching, but when I was coaching teams up until a few years ago, for many years, I always used to say to my captains, if you think of something to do, and this was a Mike Brearley sort of theory from his book, The Art of Captaincy, way back in the 80s, which was such a good book.
Which I've read.
I don't think there's a better book been written on captaincies. McKenna bowls, that's wide, nearly gets a nick as he flashes at it. Wide call by umpire Lungley. I used to say to my captains, if you think of something, do it. Don't think, shall I bring in, I might bring in a second slip. I'll see how it goes. Because if you see how it goes, a nick will go through second slip. I might bring a spinner on. No, I'll give him one more. You give him one more, he goes for 15. Then you bring your spinner. If you think of it, do it. And I would always say to my captains, that's how I want you to skipper it. And if you get it wrong, fine. But don't leave things because you're not sure. Defended this one by
very sharp.
Falconer.
Looked like it gave Falconer a bit of a hurry up. One hand came off the bat.
Yeah, and I always thought that was the right way, and certainly when I was a captain, I would make a change rather than think about making a change.
Why I think
proactive captaincy.
Proactive captaincy, yeah. I think it'd be very easy to just let the game continue at the pace it was going at, and allow these two to continue to accumulate. But Falconer especially looked very comfortable against the spinners.
Yeah, he did. Aggressive shots in this over. One of them, admittedly, to a wide. He hasn't really got anything away, and he's looking to me now. 33 off 36. He's that kind of player. He's looking like somebody who does not want to play dots at the moment, and just need to tie him down. He might give you a chance. Having said that, plays that nicely for a single.
Yeah, like a lot of players that have grown up with such exposure to white ball cricket, they don't like letting bowlers bowl at them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Those days are gone, aren't they? When you soaked it up. Sometimes wish people would still do it occasionally, and there is a place for it still, but certainly in white ball cricket, T20 this year, I've noticed everybody just going flat out all the way through.
Well, yeah, you only need to look at some of the scores in the IPL as well, as this is a well-directed short ball. Singh's top-edged, runs down for a single. It's given us a leg by, so he didn't top-edge it. I think we're going to have a concussion check here, because that rattled the helmet. That was sharp by McQuain. Got a big. Singh doesn't look overly concerned, but
protocol.
But yeah, as you say, Frank, protocol dictates that we're going to check him over and probably change the helmet as well.
Women's match down at Bristol, where Gloucestershire beat the Worcestershire Rapids by 7 wickets.
Yeah, well, they check the helmets, don't they? There's obviously some sort of check. I had a helmet. I had a few helmets, but I had one helmet that probably wore for about 5 or 6 years. I got clattered on it at least half a dozen times, if not more. Never really thought to check it.
I have to say that as a young player, I was probably 15 in the nets, and a couple of my teammates played for Norfolk, and at 15 they were fairly sharp. I had my bell rung a couple of times in the nets when we decided, you need to get ready for adult cricket, we're going to bowl short at you. And safe to say, I was not good at playing the short ball, and the head was ringing. It's one of the. It's a tough thing to explain. But I certainly wouldn't advise getting.
Double change. We're going to have Mapaka back at the Douglas end, I think, as well. So seam at both ends. They must be listening. They must be listening. 104 for 5 of 26.
Sing's fine to continue.
Well, the most famous, famous is not the wrong word, the most memorable time that I was hit, and as I say, there were quite a few, but one was by a South African test bowler who was called Brian McMillan, an all-rounder that played for Warwickshire. Mapaka bowls and Singh gets a single.
Spot on the money.
Not the quickest McMillan, but he did have a really quick bouncer, and he was playing for Moseley in the Birmingham League, and it was a very, very quick pitch in the 80s when the groundsman was a chap called Steve Rouse who played for Warwickshire, and he used to use like a road roller on it. It was absolutely lightning, and Brian McMillan was bowling at me, and I went to hook it, missed it, and I had one of those white helmets. Turns him round, gets a single off the edge, and I went to hook it, and it hit me smack on the helmet and went straight over the keeper's head, one bounce for 4 into the sight screen, and I took my helmet off. I just had a great big red mark on the helmet. We all had a laugh and carried on and joked about it in the bar afterwards. It was remarkable. Never thought to, probably should have got a new helmet straight away, but yeah. I also remember having those one of those with just those silly little side plastic pieces before and I broke a cheekbone here on this ground against a bowler called Alan Warner, and again hooking, and got hit on the cheek, finished the shot and got hit on the little sort of semicircular perspex piece that came down your cheek and fractured a cheekbone. Yeah. Dangerous business. Now the helmets are much better and it's much safer.
It certainly is, and this is why you see players so willing to take on the short ball.
Mapaka is in and bowls, and Singh takes on the short ball, but again he doesn't make contact with it. It makes contact with him rather, and it drops down in front of him. So good little comeback by South Africa here after that partnership of 48 for the 5th wicket. Double change, and he's used his bowlers well, got those overs out of the way quite quickly with the spinners, and now looking to strike again with these two, I think. Slip still in. Singh rides that. Good little contest, good little period.
This is nice. This is really good competitive cricket right here. It just the difficulty, the degree of difficulty for the England batters has gone up appreciably with the return of the two young fast bowlers. I know that for Worcestershire in the blast, it's Usama Mir and Sikandar Raza have been bowling pretty well. I mean, I haven't seen them live, but I've seen the scorecards, and they've got a few wickets, but this definitely looks like a fast bowling pitch. Singh survives that comeback over from Mapaka. 106 for 5. McQueen is strolling to the end of his mark again, just on the edge of the 30-yard circle.
South Africa's Marcus Sakala.
Must be bowling pretty quickly because Esterhuizen, the keeper, is stood a long way back, and this one's down the leg side. Faulkner tries to flick that away. Doesn't make any contact. There are 2 men back on the leg side, deep backward square and a fine leg. But that's not the biggest hit down there to the right of the ladies' pavilion. McQuaina's 7th over. This is full, and Faulkner, it was in the air but in the gap. Didn't time that at all. Just looped in the vicinity of mid-wicket. There's another run. He moves to 36.
They've tied him down a bit, haven't they?
Yeah.
Last few minutes, which was what they wanted to do, I think.
They have.
Just trying to get him frustrated.
Yeah, he was finding the middle of the bat fairly regularly to the spinners, and I can't think of a shot that's hit the middle since. And this is full by McQuaina, and nicely timed by Singh, but straight at the fielder. There's no run. What I've liked about McQuaina here is that he's looked to hit that good length and then and use his short ball, and then every now and then he's gone really full, try and catch the batter on the with their weight hanging backwards.
And he's bowled one wide, but he's made them play, hasn't he? He's made them play at nearly everything.
Yeah, in his 7th over here, 3 for 33 so far. And that one's short and didn't have quite the same zip. And Singh's able to hit that one down into the ground to deep backward square for a single. Looks at the bottom of his bat. He's not found his timing or rhythm here yet, Ekansh Singh. Albeit just 15 deliveries into his innings as McQuaina bowls full, and
that's
going to be
one,
4.
Yeah, be annoyed with that. 4-leg buys just from an ill-directed delivery, giving runs away, which he hasn't done. I mean, to be fair, I think it's the second that he's fired down the leg side, isn't it?
Yeah, judging by the replay, it looked like he was trying to bring that ball back into the pads, just slightly misdirected.
So annoying as a captain when that happens. Much better line. So end of the over. 7 from it. 113 for 5. Which is not bad, having been 38 for 4. But the South Africans will probably be the happier of the two sides out there. Just to say, if you wanted to get in touch with us and make a comment about the game, keep it clean, keep it friendly. At Frank Watson 58 on X is my handle, and both myself and Matt Howes alongside me happy to hear your comments. Can't always engage with them and haven't always got time to reply, but happy to engage and to hear what you think of this game, the way it's going. These young players on both sides, as Mapaka comes round the wicket and bowls to Ekansh Singh, who drives, but again just off the toe of the bat and doesn't really time it. No addition to the score. 113 for 5 it remains. Under a cloudy sky at New Road, but no immediate threat of any rain, and I think the forecast suggests that we'll get through unscathed.
Yeah, there are clouds, but they're mostly light grey in colour. There's sort of there's one or two slightly darker ones going away from us, going from right to left as we're looking at it.
Yeah.
As Ekach Singh now this time looking at the splice of his bat as he rides the Mapaka bouncer.
Yeah, they've just tightened things up a bit, haven't they, in the last few overs?
However,
4-3-2. The last one went for 7, but just since that 6 was struck. Oh, and here's going to be another wicket. Oh, he's got away with it. He's top-edged an attempted pull on the leg side, and it's gone down to third man, and I thought it was going to be caught by Peter as he ran in, but he couldn't quite get there, and he dived forward and turned it into a horrible one, really, because instead of sitting back and letting it bounce, he went for the catch, couldn't quite get there, dived forward, and one of those that can go anywhere. He got his hands to it, parried it, didn't carry, it wasn't a drop, but they got back for a very fortuitous 2. He was done for pace, I think.
Yeah, it was, the line wasn't there of that delivery to try and get that over mid-wicket and into the leg side. It was a pretty horrible shot, to be honest, from Ekach Singh. And
great work by our cameraman, by the way. Well done. Followed that all the way. Got the sprawling effort clearly.
I'm not sure. Just talking about the lightness of the clouds in the sky. I'm not sure Peter picked that up immediately.
Yeah. Nice change of pace.
This beats Singh's push forward.
Yeah, white ball, white clouds. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Peter didn't move. He's fielding sort of just in front of us, slightly to the right, and he didn't move instantly as that ball came off the bat, which suggests he didn't pick it up cleanly. And if he did, he'd have definitely taken that catch because he got
Mapaka just then round the wicket, just a little off cutter. Slower, and it really, he couldn't believe it hadn't hit the stumps. Good over this.
He's gone back to that short ball this time. Ekach Singh does hook it down to fine leg where Mokoena does the fielding, had to slide and stop it.
Well, 3 from that over, but
an eventful over.
Yeah, goodness me, it was an over that the bowler won rather than the batter, I think. Ekach Singh was hurried and discomforted.
I think we're going to have a change of bowling. Mokoena was waving in the direction of his captain. He's now going to pick his jumper up.
And it's going to be 14.
First time from the new road end.
5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 8. So I wonder if Subryan's thinking here is want a wicket, want my tightest bowlers to come on and challenge these two to see if they want to get after him, because they need to accelerate now.
There does need to be an acceleration.
And we've seen Falconer clear the ropes once. Will he be able to do it against the tighter 14?
Just the 2 seamers used so far, and Mokoena's bowled 7 and Mapaka 6, so it might be a diet of spin for these last 20 overs. We have seen 5 bowlers used.
Well, not for the first time. We see a batter facing a spinner for the first time look for the reverse sweep first ball, and he missed it. They shouted for LBW. Umpire Lungley says no.
I think players now, they know, especially left arm spinner around the wicket, if you can get that foot outside the line, the reverse sweep is fairly, as this is hit straight towards us, and Ekach Singh clears the ropes.
Yeah, well, you know, fair play and credit to the young men out there, because Fortain's bowled beautifully earlier. He hasn't been dispatched for the boundary at all, and he tries the reverse, misses it, next ball over the ropes for 6. No lack of confidence.
For a second, Alejandro Pretorius was interested in front of us. As that is...
And now he tries... Well, I don't know what he was trying really. He was going to try a little ramp, but it didn't have enough pace on it. Yeah, he ended up just missing it. It's gone through to the keeper, who stood in disbelief, really.
Fortain really took the pace off that one. Don't think...
He's gone for the little ramp on the leg side this time. It was on the offside before, and he's got something on it because there was an appeal. But they've gone through for a single, and umpire Lungley makes no signal. Well, this is an interesting over, isn't it? And I don't think Faulkner is going to rein himself in either.
No, he's not hit a boundary in a while.
And that's well bowled and well played, actually. It's quicker, flatter, but he's kept his eye on it, used his feet. It's almost as though the bowler anticipated what the batter was going to do there.
He has done well. Every time Faulkner's gone onto the back foot to try and play those balls, he's made sure to get that front pad outside the line so that he doesn't get trapped LBW, which is the dismissal that Fortain is looking for when he fires those deliveries in, looking to skid. Faulkner ends the over with a cut out to the sweeper on the offside boundary for a single, and it is 124 for 5 at the end of 30.
So 8 off that one. Sorry, yeah, 8 off that one, that's right, with the 6. 124 for 5 off 30. You've got to be looking at 260, something like that. But
you used to say double the score from
down,
here.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the 5 down that's the problem, isn't it? But if somebody gets... I mean, they'd be really hoping that one of these two can go big. Faulkner, ideally. The men out, incidentally. Dawkins, 13. Tribe, 16. Coles, 0. Cox, 5. And Mays, 26. Driving at that one, Faulkner. Mapaka's asking a few questions here with this round the wicket line. Decent pace.
Yeah, in his 7th over now. Faulkner was trying to drive that through extra cover for 4. There is a man sweeping on the offside boundary. But we are playing slightly over to that side of the square, as this one's back of a length and beats the attempted cut of Faulkner. Mapaka is working up a bit of a head of steam here. He does, the ball's coming through nicely to the keeper, round the wicket angle. I feel like he's deserved more than the 1 wicket he's picked up so far. 1 for 15. 1 for 16, sorry, and is almost halfway through his 7th over as this is full, driven, and this is beautifully done by Faulkner, and it runs away for 4.
Lovely shot, really good shot.
Teased the fielder the entire way there.
As good a shot as we've seen all day, do you think, Matt?
There was one other cover drive from Faulkner, but yeah, that was
really good, really good.
Who was the fielder who was Subryan, I think that was, having to chase that. Trickled into the rope slightly towards the end there, but he had to chase it the whole way. Faulkner into the 40s. Ooh, and he's hitting the midriff there and thought about a single, but the bowler charged through in his follow through.
He's fired up, isn't he?
Yeah.
I don't think he liked that cover driver very much.
Yeah, there was a stare to Faulkner as well at the end of that, as the bowler did the fielding. 128 for 5. This is short, and Faulkner plays that well, watches it all the way, rides it out to the fielder on the boundary. There's a lot of space on that leg side. There's a fairly wide mid-on, and then no one else inside the ring on the leg side. With this field, Mapaka has to be bowling towards that off stump from around the wicket as he completes this over with a straight delivery that Singh gets in behind quite nicely. 129 for 5. 31 gone. 7 overs bowled each by the 2 fast bowlers. I would think that your call of 260, Frank, would be definitely towards where they're hoping for, but as you said, it really does rely on these two going deep. Mason Crane's been in some decent form with the bat for Glamorgan in the county championship. I think he's averaging about 34, including making a 90, but again, different format.
Coming in with a few overs to go might be different, but yeah, they all. I mean, we often make much of the ability of players to switch formats. Fortain starts a new over, and the difficulties that present. But I think a player like Mason Crane is now so experienced that they can flick that switch in their brain fairly comfortably. And even though he's been playing championship cricket, if he comes into bat here in the last few overs, he will have played certainly enough white ball cricket to be able to cope with that. Good start from Fortain, 2 dots. Ooh, make that 3 and nearly a caught and bowled. As that one is almost chipped back to him by Faulkner. Nicely bowled. Again, well played by Faulkner off the back foot, but he's been tied down for 4 balls. Now, if this was a T20, you'd be looking for a boundary without a doubt here, and he will be, but not with the same urgency, perhaps. And indeed, he just strokes it up to long on for a single. He's a good bowler, this guy, isn't he?
Yes.
He's got real control, I think.
Yeah, you can see why he's an asset in T20 cricket, especially this over. Those changes of pace. Singh down the pitch and
got away with it. I thought he was going to give a catch.
Beats the dive of Pretorius down in front of us. Again, I don't think he picked it up brilliantly out of those white seats in the Basil D'Oliveira stand opposite us. Only had maybe 4 or 5 steps to go to his right, but Singh got a decent enough piece of that.
I think Fortain would be a bit annoyed.
Well, just looking at the replay, the fielder is getting the double teapot from the bowler, so I mean it was flat.
Yeah, it was very, very difficult.
I don't think ever the catch was on, but if Pretorius had maybe spotted it off the bat, maybe he could have got his body behind it to stop the boundary.
I got the sense that he moved late, but even if he'd have moved early, it was a dying sort of ball on him, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Singh's asked for a different bat. We've seen him looking at the bottom half of it multiple times, so that suggests, even though it flew towards us, Frank, I don't think he got as much of that as he would have liked.
Well, he's got a nice choice to pick from as the 12th man brings out 3 spares. I never had a spare, maybe occasionally. I think most players used to have one or two county players would have one or two. Graham Hick used to have 3 or 4 sometimes that in various stages of being knocking in. I was talking to Ethan Brooks, the Worcestershire all-rounder, the other day, and I said, how many bats have you got? He's sponsored by a well-known English bat company, as is Akash Singh, I'll say no more. And he said, I think I've got 11 at the moment.
11?
Yeah. Amazing. Got 500 quid a pop.
I'm currently knocking in a new bat for annoying the neighbours. As there's a change of bowling from the far end. Mapaka's off and Sir Brian's on to bowl his 5th over. The South African captain starts with a dot ball. Singh blocks it with that new bat. Singh looks to be inventive again, looking once more for that sort of shovel into the leg side of the ramp. There's a short fine leg, a short third as well, so if he does get it fine with a bit of pace, there is the opportunity for runs, and this time he plays the reverse and it goes straight to that man. Short third. There is the sense that these two do want to up the scoring rate. As this is fired in and timed nicely by Singh, but only to the man on the boundary on the leg side, and it's a single. As the 50 partnership has come up, 59 balls.
First 50 partnership of the innings.
Yeah, this innings really has been built on the back of the youngsters in this England side. Mays, Faulkner and Akash Singh, all graduates of that England under-19 side. They've played really well so far, haven't they, Frank?
Yeah, really well. Singh took a while to settle. Faulkner's probably been the most fluent, or could be a run out here, but he's thrown to the wrong end as Jason Smith. Singh went back for 2. Faulkner was not coming back. But yeah, they've played very well, I think. When you think they were 38 for 4 in the 11th, I think where they are now is testament to those young players. And the big guns, you could say, couldn't you? Tribe Coles Cox, the ones that missed out. Youngsters to the fore.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is slower by
beautiful shot,
Sir Brian, and
that's a really good shot.
Punched off the back foot by Akash Singh for 4 runs to complete the 33rd over. England 141 for 5, Faulkner 45, Singh 24.
And it's drinks. So 7 off that over. And just to bring any viewers and listeners up to date, I think the test match is over, isn't it? I think, or is it? Maybe not.
Yes, it is.
Test match is over. So England won by. I can't find the exact. I'll find out the exact winning margin for you while we're having drinks. Not missing anything. England won by 115 runs. There's a county championship game taking place. I didn't know that today. Surrey against Hampshire. Surrey are 85 for 2 against Hampshire. Worcestershire return to championship action themselves on Friday. Here against Gloucestershire. That will be live on the club's live stream, and there'll be live commentary on the BBC Sports app and website, of course, as there usually is for all county championship games.
Yeah, that Surrey-Hampshire county championship game, I think, is because of international cricket being played at the Oval. I'm guessing that's where the next New Zealand-England Test match is taking place.
Worcestershire not playing Gloucestershire, they're playing Middlesex. Gloucestershire the following week. I knew I was working, but I didn't know who it was against.
Might see more of Caleb Faulkner then, Frank.
Yeah. Well, I've been impressed with him today. I think he's played very, very nicely indeed. For his 45 not out of 55 balls, 3 fours and a 6. Ekansh Singh took a while to settle, but he's found a little bit of fluency. 24 not out now of 31. And the men out, Dawkins caught Esterhuizen bowled McKenna 13. Tribe caught Herman bowled McKenna 16. Cox caught Esterhuizen bowled Mafaka 5. Coles bowled McKenna without scoring, and Ben Mays caught Smith bowled Subryan for 26. Bowling figures, 14, probably the pick of them, I think. Well, certainly of the slower bowlers. 7 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 21. McKenna, the wicket taker in chief, 7 overs, no maidens, 3 wickets for 34. Mapaka, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. Peter, 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 36. Maybe bowled a bit better than that. And Subryan, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23.
Looks like it's 14 to continue after the drinks break. 17 overs to go in this England Lions innings, as Pretorius at long on, in front of us, moves slightly wider. There's an appeal for what looks like the ball hitting the middle of Caleb Faulkner's bat.
Yeah, I was just going to say you'd be a bit cheesed off if you were giving out for that one. Might have flicked the pad on the way through, I doubt it. Played it very late, I think that's what got the bowler excited. Oh, that kept low, didn't it?
That did look like it kept low. Caleb Faulkner's out LBW. This one from 14 skidding on. And 2 balls after drinks.
Smack in front.
Faulkner is out for 45, 3 fours and a 6. And England are 141 for 6.
Well, really good partnership. That one kept a bit low. I wouldn't say it's more than 14 deserves, because I think he's bowled very, very well. But I think Faulkner might consider himself a bit unlucky. I think it hurried on a little bit as well, didn't it, with the arm?
Yeah,
really
that's
good innings.
As we've spoken about throughout this spell from 14. That's the way he looks to get his wickets, as Mason Crane of Glamorgan is coming to the crease, swinging his arms.
55 added for that 6th wicket. What do you reckon, Matt, is the selection philosophy behind this Lions group?
It's
youngsters or people that are really knocking on the door for the Test side? It's hard to say, isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, Mason Crane presumably is being considered.
I would imagine so. He's bowled well in the Blast so far for Glamorgan. He's picked up quite a few wickets in that competition, and then you'd imagine that Saqib Mahmood is in that similar bucket, as is
Asa Tribe, maybe
Matt Potts, maybe Asa Tribe. I think it's interesting because the full chain is in, and Mason Crane's dabbing this down to 3rd, and there's just a single. Yeah, I think the England 50 over side is actually in a really interesting point where the last couple of tournaments have been fairly poor by their standards and for the talent in the side, and it's in a bit of a transition. Adil Rashid maybe can't keep going on forever, but he still looks like one of England's best bowlers as Ekansh Singh gets a single. So yeah, I think that's definitely why Mason Crane's in this side. And I think, again, similar with Coles, Cox and Tribe, they definitely all could push their cases for full England honours with some good performances, as Mason Crane's onto the front foot and driving that for a single as well.
I suppose it's absolutely right that you've got a crop of youngsters and then maybe 2 or 3 more experienced players who are the ones that you might be looking to actually push through, but give the youngsters real experience. Oh, that's well bowled.
Extra cover, and they run back for 2, and there's an appeal. I think Ekansh Singh has just done enough to get home there.
Yeah, he has.
Had to stretch.
And he shouldn't have done. I'm not going to be overly critical, but it's Pretorius again. He picked the ball up, and it just took too long to get his throw away. He took about 2 steps after he picked it up.
Those two little...
That should have been run out when the ball was in his shuffles. Yeah.
That's the end of the over. It's 146 for 6. Yeah, the side that England have got out today is definitely more like the side that they played in the 2 4-day games. Young players mixed with that little bit of experience. I think if you look at the side who played in the first of these 3 matches at Leicester, Rehan Ahmed was in the team, James Rue was in the team. I think that side was much more with an eye to, okay, what can these guys do to push their case forward for full England honours?
Full honours, yeah.
Whereas the South African side, by comparison, there's a lot of experienced players in the team. Slightly less so today with the rotation of the bowlers, but this is definitely treated more like a second string side compared to how England have been doing it with the Lions. Crane, this is an outside edge, and it's going to run away for 4 down in front of us.
Off Sue Bryant. Full and wide outside the off stump.
He did invite the drive.
The 150 is up. Yeah, he's not going to hang around, I don't think, Mason Crane, although he's got a bit of a flyer, hasn't he, with 5 off his first 2. Singh was he really should have been run out, I think, on that last ball.
I think so too.
And when we watch the replay and see that he was only just in and the throw took ages to be delivered, those are the margins, aren't they? And that will be noted, I think, by the coaches. Sue Bryan again in. And Pierce for LBW, not given. As Crane just taken on the pad, it drops on the onside.
Yeah, looked like it hit him up on the thigh pad. I don't think that LBW had much going for it either. So it looked like it turned a little bit as well, judging by the replays. This is bounces and it's...
Yeah, watching the replay, it wasn't that high actually. And it was quite straight. Probably would have gone on over the top, but... Well, it won't bother Mason Crane to see a little bit of grip.
I have to admit, on the drive down, I was excited to see Mason Crane get to bowl. So I always enjoy watching a leg spinner go about their craft, and I know he's been bowling well. He's having a pretty good season. I think it's 18 wickets in the championship to go with those T20 wickets for Glamorgan. The surprise package of Division 1 this season so far.
Well, I was singing their praises here on Friday night, even though they lost in that T20 game. But as a county, I think they've been a good example to a lot of other counties in the last 2 or 3 years, and the way they've gone about things, organised, used their overseas players, brought a lot of local players through, and they're reaping the rewards now. And I'm a great admirer of the Welsh county. And yeah, you're right. He's done well. And I tell you, another leg spinner that's impressed me this is Calvin Harrison at Northampton. What a pickup he's been for them from Nottinghamshire. Best slip catcher in the country, I think, probably, along with Rob Yates. Good leg spinner, gets runs in the middle order.
Very different kind of leg spinner though to Mason Crane, isn't he? He's much more in the like we've seen from Peter today. Isn't as big of a spinner of it. Doesn't flight the ball quite the same way as Mason Crane.
Watching him in T20 this year, I think he's actually gaining that. The confidence to do that. He really is, and it's great to see, because we've just lacked so many spinners for so long, haven't we? That it's really good to see.
Oh, inside edge, and this almost balloons to slip.
Yeah.
151 for 6 here, England.
But I tell you what, Calvin Harrison catching, wow.
He's also
absolutely tremendous catching.
Bang at 3 for Northants, isn't he? That extra responsibility. As this is fired in, and Crane doesn't get a run.
Yeah, Rob Yates at Warwickshire and Calvin Harrison at Northants, for me, the best 2 slip catchers in county cricket.
This is slower and squirts out towards the umpire for a single for Mason Crane. 14 in his 9th over. 1 ball left of it. 1 for 27 with 3 maidens so far. Singh sweeps, and there's an appeal, and he's out. Given out LBW. He's gone for 27.
14's bided his time. He's picked up 2 in 2 overs. That's another good shout. He didn't get outside the line that time. Sweeping from outside off. Last ball of the over.
LBW to Bjorn 14 for 27.
It's 152 for 7 now. England, danger that this innings starts to subside. I imagine Potts will be the next man in.
Yeah, they're just... Well, we talked, didn't we, about how the innings might go half an hour ago. This is exactly what we said they didn't want to happen, which is to end up with your lower middle order in too early, really. But, I mean, plenty of experience for these two of the most experienced players in the side, actually. But they definitely need to have another little rebuild now.
Into that, Matthew Potts.
Yeah, Potts is a handy batter. Certainly not one of the lower order batters who feels like a walking wicket. He's got handy runs for Durham over the last few seasons. But as we spoke about, this is given that there's only 6 overs of fast bowling left to come. There's going to be a lot of spin bowled here for these final 14 overs, you feel, and there's a chance that South Africa can sneak through these fairly quickly as Potts and Crane try to build a partnership.
Yeah.
I think that 260 looks overly fanciful now. But this hasn't been the easiest wicket to score fluently on. As Crane gets a single off the first ball of the latest Subrian over. Realistically, from here, Frank, what score do you think that England A can get up to, and B, what score do you think would be defendable on this pitch? You've seen a lot more cricket here this season than I have.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad pitch.
It's certainly not a minefield at all.
No, this is pretty much what I expected. I think if you ask me what a par scores on this pitch, I'd probably say about 250. They won't get, well, they do well to get that now. It's not impossible. Somebody would have to play really well. South Africa, you'd be wanting to pick up these last three for another 50, wouldn't you? 200 would be very chaseable.
This one bounces a little bit as Potts has to rise and bounce with it. Can't score a run. 3 successive dot balls for him. Just one off the first 4 balls as this is fired in, and Potts does get off the mark now with a single down to long on. Yeah, 154 for 7. 254 would be a much better position for England, but no, 154 for 7. The final ball of this over. It's slow and defended by Mason Crane. There's no run. 13 to go.
Yeah, 200 would be very acceptable, wouldn't it, from a South Africa point of view, I think. Given they've got quite a powerful batting lineup. Fortain with 1 over to go. He's bowled beautifully, hasn't he? 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 27.
He has. I think it looked like the sweep was a shot that Singh's keen to play, but I think Fortain's not an easy bowler to sweep with how he looks to change his paces and
yeah, I agree.
Guys who bowl quickly, then they don't, spinners that bowl quickly, they don't tend to be the bowlers that you can look to play that hard sweep against. That's where the ramps, the paddles, and those fine reverse sweeps are using the pace a little bit more. But yeah, I think it's a dangerous strategy to get the front pad down the wicket and try and sweep square. But he's bowled really economically here. He got 2 for 4 in the first game on Friday at Grace Road, and 2 more wickets so far today, as this is a low full toss and Crane's driving down to Mokoena at long off, who has been there for, well, it feels like he's been down there whenever he isn't bowling. I think he's taken up permanent residence in that part of the ground. And this is slower and brings Potts forward, who gets the ball down to that man Mokoena again. The leading wicket taker in this innings so far. He's got 3 for. He's got 3 overs left to bowl. Fortain though, just 2 balls to go, and this is slow. Draws Crane forward, and there's no run. He comes in again, and Crane shows this some respect. Blocks it back to Fortain, and he completes his spell. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 30. Those 2 wickets coming in back-to-back overs in this 3rd spell of bowling. Excellent spell. 157 for 7 there, England.
Yeah, really good from Fortain. So 157 for 7. They've really kept the lid on it well. Subryan bowls. That's cut nicely by Potts. Away to backward point for a single. Nobody's really got in, have they? When we look down the card, Dawkins 13, Tribe 16, Coles 0, Mays 26, Faulkner got in, I suppose, 45, Singh 27, wouldn't say that Mays or Singh had ever really got to that point where they consider themselves to be settled at the crease. That's been the problem, really.
No, just...
And it is the difference between playing 50 over cricket and playing 20 over cricket.
Yeah, just two batters have faced 50
longer.
deliveries.
Yeah, exactly that, yeah. But South Africa have been tidy in their work. They've bowled well, Fortain in particular, McKenna early on, fielded pretty well.
Yeah, one or two errors. Peters maybe should have taken the catch down in front of us, where he looked like he picked the ball up late from an errant shot by Singh, but other than that, very tidy. And they just look like a well-drilled unit. None of the spinners are flashy, I would say. None of them are don't look to be big turners of the ball. They're all just those changes of flight, changes of pace, and just really accurate. This is just this little period of these two at the crease that's just really constricting it. Oh my word. I don't know how that didn't bowl Mason Crane there. Went back to a fairly full delivery to try and access the point region where the man's just gone back. 1 run off the first 5 balls of this over. And another dot ball to finish it. Just 1 off that over as well. That's what I mean about restricting and constricting this.
Yeah, last few overs, 1, 3, 2, 1, 5, 5. Just what South Africa need.
Not the explosive finish.
Here's one for you, Matt. And indeed, for anybody who's watching out there who would like to get in touch if they want to, best way is on X, at Frank Watson 58 is my handle. These games, how important are they, do you think? The players are released from their counties to play in them, so they miss employment with their main employers. Peter's coming back into the attack at the New Road end. So, for example, Asa Tribe and Mason Crane would have been playing here on Friday night in the T20, but they didn't because they were playing at Grace Road in that first one of these series. Obviously, when the team on tour, the visitors, South Africa in this case, they're on tour, they're away, it's their close season at home, and they're picked for the tour, and they see it as an opportunity to further their international aspirations. I wonder. I'm not trying to second guess any player or any county or anything. As we get a single here for Potts off the bowling of Peter, but I wonder. Whether the players are as motivated in these games as they are when they're playing for their counties. I don't know. You'd have to talk to the players about it, I suppose. I suppose they are, in the sense that they think if I'm a batter and I get 100, that's going to impress the big wigs.
Yeah,
but you know, I mean, how important is this to Matty Potts, for example? He's played Test cricket. He knows where he sits in the sort of pecking order. I don't know.
Yeah, I imagine for someone like Potts, maybe it's strangled LBW appeal there as Crane tries to flick this into the leg side. Yeah, for someone like Potts, maybe less so. He's been around the England setup for quite a while. You'd imagine that he's got a pretty good relationship with Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
But for guys like Mason Crane, who haven't been in the England setup for 2018 was when Crane played his Test match in Australia, and I think that's the last time that he featured for England.
Yeah.
So coming up to 8 years or so now. I imagine for players like Mason Crane, he definitely want to show what he can do. I think with Adil Rashid seemingly being able to play forever, but I've thought for a few years that there's maybe an option to look at what other spin depth England have.
Another one run off that over. Yeah.
And then again for the young guys, I think the young players obviously want. I think this is pretty good exposure for Mays, Faulkner, and
absolutely.
And Singh and Dawkins. That makes a lot of sense.
I think for the young guys, it's clearly, it's a massive opportunity to impress, and no doubt about that. And a Lions tour would be a completely different kettle of fish as far as I'm concerned, because you're away on tour, and it's all about the whole learning experience, playing abroad, etc. But for someone like Mahmood, Potts, I don't know whether this really matters to them as much as well. Maybe it does. I could be completely wrong. I just think all A team cricket in for the home side, when they might otherwise be playing in the Championship or whatever, is difficult to sort of calculate. Mapaka is back into the attack from the Diglis end, and he starts with a full delivery, which Matty Potts drives back at him, and he's very unfortunate not to get 4 because it's crashed into the stumps at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, that'd have raced away for 4.
Beautiful shot.
We're into the last 10 overs now. 159 for 7 England. England have certainly showed more application than on Friday, even if they're in a fairly similar position. They made just 119 on Friday, that was promptly chased down with ease by 9 wickets. Slower ball by Mapaka, and they scamper through for a single. Dean Forrester hits the stumps with his throw, but the ball ricocheted towards the fielder in the deep, but Crane had gone 5 or 6 steps beyond the stumps, so was unable to come back for 2. Back to your point about the motivation of these players, as Mapaka pulls a short ball down the leg side that's given as wide. I'm sure Essex fans are fairly disgruntled that Jordan Cox has been at the IPL for however long that tournament lasts now, and hasn't played for Essex this season, has come back and is immediately thrust into playing for the Lions.
Well, that's another example of someone. I wonder what he feels about it.
And this is into the body, and Crane times it, but straight to the fielder.
And a further question would be, which is better, getting 100 for the Lions or getting 100 in the Championship? That would be another question I'd ask. Selectors might argue that it's more difficult to get one here than it is in the Championship. I don't know. In Division 1, in Division 2.
Cox, as Crane turns this towards the umpire at square leg and gets a single. I'm sure Jordan Cox would just like to get England eyes on him, really, because he's had every time it looks like he's going to make his Test match debut, he's been denied by injury, and now seems to have been jumped by Emilio Gay and James Rue, and potentially Asa Tribe as well. His name was thrown around as this is short, and Potts takes it on and finds the gap. A welcome boundary for England.
Yeah, absolutely. First boundary for
it feels like
6 or 7 overs at least, I think. Not a great over that by Mapaka, really. I thought he overdid the short one.
Yeah, there were 2 men back, but Potts managed to get that ball down
7 off the over.
Enough into the gap. The best over for, I'd say, 7 overs or so.
Yeah,
Frank.
Definitely more than that, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, exactly. Gosh, Matt Howes on the ball as ever. Nathan. Sorry, it's Peter, isn't it?
Nakaba Peter.
Nakaba Peter from the New Road End. He's bowled pretty well. 8 overs, no mains, no wicket for 37 so far. Pretty tidy. Hasn't threatened quite as much as the other spinners.
No, it hasn't really looked like taking a wicket, but again, as this is short. Field's well set for that delivery, though.
I think if you're South Africa now, it's about keeping the boundaries down, isn't it? If you maintain in this last few overs, if you're not too many boundaries, then this is going to be a very chaseable total, you would think.
Yeah, I think if you do a professional job here and just look to continue bowling good lines and lengths, we've seen all throughout this innings that it's not easy to get the ball away when you bowl a good length delivery at the stumps. They could probably get away here with only looking for around 200 to chase. This is flighted, and Potts big stride in, hits it out to McQuainer, and that's lax fielding. He does hit the stumps from the deep, but he was too slow to attack the ball and get it in the air.
That's been the only flaw, isn't it, today for South Africa? There have been 2 or 3 occasions where that's been the case. Too slow to release. One in particular, which would have brought a wicket, and a couple of times where they haven't perhaps reacted quickly enough and they might have got catches.
Yeah, it was good running to recognise that opportunity was on, that McQuainer was dawdling towards the ball slightly. The next delivery is hit back at the bowler. Potts used his feet and there's no run. Slightly slower, bounced maybe a little bit more. Potts couldn't do anything with it. This is flatter, and Potts times it nicely. Down to McQuainer again. Just 4 runs from the over. England's current run rate is around 4, just over 4. 170 for 7.
Looks like he's only going to use the 5 bowlers, doesn't it?
Yeah. Interesting distribution of the bowling attack as well. 3 spinners.
Yeah. Jason Smith can bowl seam, but doesn't appear to be considered as an all-rounder in this team. A packer again. Jason Smith is called into action. They get a single, but they've kept the lid on it really, really well. since the halfway stage, just 69 runs added. Very tidy. The one slip being moved to about 4th slip. And that's another dot. Yeah, really tight. Just 19 runs from the last 7 overs. I mean, that's good bowling, isn't it, at this stage in a 50-over game?
Very few
bad balls, you know.
That one short ball in the last over, and there's another short ball from Mapaka.
It's been extraordinary in that sense. You know, how many times have we seen half volleys driven through the covers today? Twice?
Yeah.
How many times have we seen long hops pulled away or short balls cut to backward point? Twice? I mean, it's been very, very disciplined. Very disciplined.
Every boundary that England have had to hit, apart from maybe 2 outside edges, have required England batters to play good shots. I think that's the most impressive thing about this bowling display so far.
Well, that's a decent shot. Given a bit of width, got his arms away. But he's whacked it back over the bowler's head. Not gone all the way, didn't really time it particularly well. But brings Mason Crane a couple. But he isn't finding it easy, and the extent to which he isn't finding it easy is that he has faced 34 balls for his 14 runs, and he got 5 off the first 2 that he faced. So it's not been easy, and I don't think it's not a 300 pitch. Let's
no,
make
certainly
that
not
clear. I was going to say gets a single.
Oh, he will get a single.
He's going to get a single.
He might get more than a single here, as the fielder has to come round.
No, he's only going to get a single. Yeah, could have been, should have been run out. You could say no, would have been run out by a direct hit. It wasn't a direct hit. Fortain, the fielder, fired it in. He's another one of those that bowls left-handed and throws right-handed, isn't he? And missed the stumps, and they got an overthrow. In fact, good work from the fielder in the deep backing up, because he's a long, long way away.
Yeah,
and he read that, I think.
Deep backward square, and he had to field that towards mid-wicket as.
Well, they're taking a few risks now as they scamper through for another single, as indeed they must. But runs are not flowing for the Lions, even in these late stages. That said, I mean, they will be thinking, as the score is 175 for 7, 5 off that over, they'll be thinking, you know, if we can still be together, if we've still got 3 wickets in hand with 4 overs to go, then we can really have a launch and maybe get another 40 or so. And if they're 180 by then, they might get to 220, 225, and that will be competitive.
Yeah, you've seen plenty of cricket where all it takes is one big over to change the complexion of the scorecard.
Now, you're talking about the way that he's used his bowlers. Here's an interesting change, isn't it? Because Peter's bowled 9, Mapaka's bowled 9, McKenna has only bowled 7. So it looks as though, if things work out as they should, he's going to bowl him out now. Oh, and it's picked up a. Oh, he hasn't.
My word.
Goodness me!
And they've managed to get 2.
That is extraordinary. So he's banged it in short. Good pace. Too much pace really for Potts, who's tried to hook it. He's ended up
plinking it to mid-on.
Toe ender straight back over the bowler's head. Mid-on and mid-off have converged on it. Neither fancied it really.
No.
I didn't think.
No,
I really do think that should have been taken.
Pretorius didn't run in from long on, and mid-off had to run round to his right to try and take the catch, and neither of them really put him much of an effort as McQuainer drops it short again. Potts.
Yeah, knew that was coming. Didn't
Yeah, he did. Potts runs that down to third for another single. Yeah, McQuainer in his 8th over with 7 to go at the start of this over, so he'll probably bowl unchanged from this end, finish out his spell, which means that we're going to have to see a couple of overs of spin.
Yeah. There's McKenna again.
Arms are pumping. Back of a length, and Crane can't rotate it. Rotate the strike through square leg as he was aiming to do. McQuainer isn't quite running in with the same fluidity that he did at the start of when he opened the bowling. It just looks like it's taking that little bit more effort. The arms are still pumping. The legs are driving, but it's not quite as quick as this is wide outside the off stump, and Crane has a flash at it. Looked appealingly at the umpire for a wide, but didn't get the decision. And McQuainer is currently tapping the back of his hamstrings on both legs with his fists as he walks back to his mark. Maybe the lushness of the grass that we spoke about earlier today, Frank, is starting to take a little bit of an effect as he runs in bowls, and this is short, and Crane gets hold of this one. There is a man back at, and they come for 2. Fielder got the ball in the air quickly this time, but was off balance. I think that's Herman down there. And Crane does get back for 2. 180 for 7 now, England.
Yeah, they're looking to put themselves into a position to get 225, I reckon, here, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't think
bit of experience from these two.
Yeah, England aren't making sure that they're not, as this is a slower ball by McQuainer. It's actually timed by Crane, but straight to the man on the offside boundary for a single. Yeah, I think the experience of Crane and Potts here, they're not trying to get more, like aiming too high and seeing England bowl out. Just trying to make sure that they play out all these overs. As we said, there are going to be overs of spin bowled at the death here that maybe they can get after.
Well, McKenna just struggling a bit with a bit of cramp, I think, just in his hamstring. Or, yeah, he looks a bit uncomfortable, and they're taking him an energy gel out there to try and he's got to get through these overs.
Yeah, as you said, Frank, only 5 bowlers used, and Sir Brian, who's coming back on from the Diglis end, he certainly won't want to use a 6th bowler at this stage of the innings, but maybe forced to if McQuainer is struggling. Sir Brian starts this over with a slower flight delivery that Crane can only hit to on the ground to mid-wicket in the ring. This one quicker, flatter, and Crane backs away, accesses the offside, and again scampers back for 2. It's good running by the England pair, even if they haven't managed to find the boundaries. Long on, long off back, man sweeping on the offside, and then 2 sweeping on the leg side. That's the field. The men in the ring are at short third, short fine, extra cover, and mid-wicket. Slower, and Crane backs away and chops this out to that offside sweeper once more as McQuainer swaps positions so that he can take, I assume, an energy gel or some sort of drink from the dugout over there. away to our right-hand side where we're commentating. That's your friend Jason Smith-Frank moves
Yeah,
to short third in front of us.
I was hoping he'd filled down here on the boundary at some point. I'll catch up with him one day, either today or Tuesday.
Sir Brian round the wicket now to Potts and fired that in at the toes. Potts can only hit it to mid-wicket in the ring. Slower, flighted and well weighted by Potts. Only the single out to Mokoena on this offside boundary. Back over the wicket now, slower. And Crane rocks onto the back foot, whips the wrists through the ball, finds backward square for a single to end the over. 186 for 7 England with 5 overs to go.
Now, this is where I think they've got to have a go now.
It does look like a change of bowling.
There's no point is there getting to 220 really if you feel you've left some out there and you could have ended up getting 240. This is where that mentality of the T20, where they just keep going all the time, it's not always carried over into this format. But they had to recover, I accept that. They've done that. But do you now go for 220 or do you try and get 230, 240?
Nakaba Peter's going to bowl his final over from the New Road end. All of
Tricky,
his 9 so far have come from that end of the ground. Yeah, I think it is tricky. I think that if England,
if you go for it and you get bowled out for 200, you look silly.
Yeah, and then you would be
you'd be criticised
for not completing out your overs. But yeah, I think if England go as they are here and only make 210, it might not be enough, as this is into the pitch. Crane hits it back to the bowler.
Finish off. So Mokoena maybe being saved for the last one.
Maybe giving a little opportunity for the energy gel to kick in, try and find some life in those hamstrings. See that cramp disappear. This one's faster and it's cleans Crane's ungainly hack.
I think he's deserved a wicket, you know.
Yeah, that was quicker, flatter.
Mason Crane bowled by Carve Peter
Crane
for 22.
Bowled by Peter for 22. It was a little bit village for that dismissal by Mason Crane. Very, very agricultural across the line. Head was looking somewhere towards the sky. The ball was crashing into middle and leg.
34 the partnership. So 3 partnerships of any significance in the innings. 48 for the 5th wicket, 55 for the 6th and 34 for the 8th. The Lions recovering from 38 for 4 in the 11th over. But they'll feel, one imagines, on a pitch that has not been... It's not been easy to strike the ball on this pitch, I don't think, but at the same time it's not a minefield, as Matt said earlier, and they'll feel perhaps that they are 30 or 40 below par.
I would say so. I having looked at the way Faulkner and Mays and then Faulkner and Singh went about their work, I think 240 is probably about par on this.
Yeah. You can bat on it.
You definitely can bat on it. I think that South Africa have bowled well. They've bowled tidily.
I think they've bowled really well. Yeah. But you got Mahmood and Potts. You got 2 really experienced quick bowlers, haven't you? for
You have, and you've
Lions.
got the excitement of Eddie Jack,
Always
who's
out
chipped
first
it
ball.
straight to cover. And as you were saying, Frank, have a dip and try and get to 240, while England are now 1 wicket away from not batting out their 50 overs.
And he wasn't having a dip, was he?
No, that was a push into the offside. Wasn't a big swing.
Peter has got his rewards for his earlier bowling, I would say. Decent catch, that.
Yeah, diving low in front of him. Did you catch who the fielder was, Frank?
I think it was Herman, but I'm going to have to wait for confirmation.
Yeah, Eddie Jack out for
Herman. Yeah.
Eddie Jack out for a first ball duck. Second catch for Herman.
Calling into bat, Saqib Mahmood.
So Peter, having struggled to get wickets in his last over, picks up 2. Funny, isn't it, how it goes?
Brilliant enforced bowling change. McQuaid.
Unless it was always in the plan, but I don't think it was.
The way McQuaid was moving, it didn't look like he was. It was planned.
It didn't.
To go back to Peter here.
Well, if they don't get 200, then I think we make South Africa clear favourites, don't we?
I would agree. They've got the explosive Leandro Pretorius at the top of the order. Having said that, it's not the easiest pitch to strike the ball on. No one's really come out and found timing easy. But I'm interested to see how he goes about his business.
So am I.
And then Herman made 50 not out in the first game, so he's in some reasonable form as well. As Peter fires this in, hits Saqib Mahmood on the thigh pad and drops 2 wickets and no runs from the 4 balls bowled so far by Peter. 186 for 9 England. No hat-trick there. Slower. Nice dip and flight to that one. It was slower. Didn't get high above the eye line, but it did dip on Saqib Mahmood, who tried to drive it. Was unable to get bat on this. Potts is leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. I don't think he'll be too willing to take a single here, but it hits the pad and they do take the run. I would want Matthew Potts to face as many of these last 4 overs as possible, but England also not in a position to turn down runs. The end of Nakaba Peters' spell. Double wicket maiden there to finish. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 41 in the end for the leg spinner.
You feel pretty happy with that, I should think. 7 wides and 6 leg byes in this innings. And it's going to be Subbarayan to finish off his spell from the Diglis end, bowling to Mahmood. England on 187 for 9 with 4 overs remaining. Are they going to use them up?
I don't know.
You don't fancy it, do you?
I'm not confident in Saqib Mahmood's batting.
Well, leg side wide.
Really
good
quick
work
hands
by the keeper again. Yeah, really good. He knew it was coming, I think, looking to fire it down. I think he was hoping, you know, that he'd go on the charge, and he might even get him stumped off a wide.
Yeah, if I was
I don't think he's going to give it much air, is he?
No. Although we have seen it's difficult to hit down the ground to that in that direction. This one is floated up and Mahmood drives. Smith does the fielding, running round to his left-hand side on the offside. So Matthew Potts is on strike. 189 for 9 now, England. Round the wicket. Potts, reverse sweep, gets a good bit of bat on it, beats the diving fielder and gets 4 runs. Well, there you go. That's what this amount of white ball cricket for this has done to players now. There's no way that you'd have had a lower order batter reverse sweeping.
No.
But everyone, just all players now are so comfortable in playing the reverse sweep.
Yeah.
So Brian fires this one in towards the toes, and Potts gets another single down to long on.
Well, nearly everybody. Saw Ollie Hannon Dolby try one here the other night.
Okay.
First ball, and he missed it and was bowled. That's pretty horrible. Actually, it was more of a ramp. But yeah, it's not the high-risk shot it used to be.
Well, he does give it some air, and Saqib Mahmood gets down on one knee and sweeps it out to the Alejandro Pretorius, who, again, looks slow in getting that ball in the air. I think 2 was always on. But this one again. Oh, that's a really nice shot by Saqib Mahmood. Only gets a single for it, but nicely timed. It was slower and flighted by Subrian, and Mahmood, big stride down the pitch, hit the ball nicely to long off for 1. Decent over so far for England. Potts drives and settles for 1. .198 for 9 now, England.
And 9 off that one. And Sir Brian, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 47.
We've got Mokoena back at the top of his mark.
And Mapaka to finish off as well, one would imagine. 2 from Mokoena, 1 from Mapaka.
I don't imagine we're going to get much pitched up for Matthew Potts here, given the field. There's a man sweeping on the offside boundary, someone down at third, 2 men back on the leg side.
And he's gloved it to the keeper.
That ends the England innings. 198 all out. Potts the last man to go, caught by Esterhuizen. 4th wicket for Mokoena. Well made 25 there by Matthew Potts.
For 25 off the bowling of Kaboni Mokoena.
Saj Mahmood finishes unbeaten on 4. There were 7 leg byes and 8 wides. And England Lions are all out in 47.1 overs for 198. The bowling figures: 14 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 30. Mokoena 8.1 overs, no maidens, 4 wickets for 40. Mapaka 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 33. Peter 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 41, and Sue Bryan 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 47. The men out, Dawkins 13, Tribe 16, Coles without scoring, Cox 5, Mays 26, Falconer 45, Singh 27, Crane 22, Jack without scoring, and Potts for 25. Mahmood was 4 not out, 15 extras. England Lions 198 all out. South Africa will lead 199 to win when play resumes. That will be in a half an hour's time, so it'll be just around about 10 minutes to 3, and we'll be back with you then. Until then, this is myself, Frank Watson, on behalf of me and from Matt House. A very good afternoon. Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road, Worcester, where play is about to get underway in the South Africa innings in this game between England Lions and South Africa A. South Africa A have been set 199 to win, having bowled England Lions out for 198 in 47.1 overs. And we're going to see Saqib Mahmood take up the attack for England from the Diglis end, and he is going to be bowling to Andre Pretorius, the left-hander, who has been dubbed, Matthew Howes alongside me, the new Quinton de Kock. So it'll be interesting to see if he is. Seen a bit of him in the IPL. Left-hander, stocky and wristy. Quite a flamboyant cricketer. And he is going to be on strike with 2 slips in place. And Ben Mays keeping wicket. Jordan Cox, the captain. And other than that, a pretty conventional field with the 2 men that are outside the circle, one at wide third man and one at long leg. So every encouragement for Pretorius, Matt, to go over the top in front of the wicket.
And from what I've seen of him, albeit not live, he's likely to try and take that opportunity.
And lets his first ball go outside the off stump from Mahmood. He does. He stands, doesn't he, in that modern sort of style with a broad, wide-footed stance, almost baseball type stance. And
yeah, the bat goes high,
means
doesn't it?
Business, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's quite an imposing figure. Stood at the other end, as I imagine, as you're at the top of your mark, especially with the bat twist as well. So he has a big drive at his second ball. We spoke earlier on when Asa Tribe was batting about how Tribe's got a very compact sound technique. There's a few more moving parts for Pretorius. The bat angled towards sort of backward point in his stance. A few more things that could slightly get out of sync. First game on this tour for Pretorius. Didn't play up in Leicester in the first match on Friday. Didn't feature in the 2 4-day games that preceded it. It's good to see Saqib Mahmood back bowling again. He's had such a long list of injuries. He's a bowler that I've always thought would be pretty effective for England in white ball cricket. He's got that. He can get that arm lower to really attack the stumps with Yorkers at the back end of an innings. He gets decent shape with it when opening the bowling as well. We've seen him be effective for England in 50 over cricket. It's been a decent start so far, this opening over.
Yeah, he does. He looks in good shape. But like you say, the injuries have plagued him, haven't they, really?
And not just small little niggly injuries either. Big big injuries that take a long time to come back from.
Got pace, got real pace when he's at his best, doesn't he?
Yeah, I'm not sure consistently over 90 mile an hour is within range for his body, as South Africa and Pretorius are off the mark with a single down to third.
Yeah, you're right. It's such a tough business, isn't it? And I know, we have these discussions about the fast bowlers of old and how they stayed fit and bowled 20 times as many overs. Stayed fit throughout their careers and never suffered the injuries that people do these days, and they say they can't understand how you can be so many injuries. There can be so many injuries these days. I just don't buy it. They're more athletic now, and they must bowl quicker. That's another argument I have. People say to me, "Well, never saw anybody bowl quicker than Frank Tyson or Harold Larwood." We jump further, we throw further, we run quicker, we swim quicker. Dot ball for Potts to start. Surely we bowl quicker, and they're so athletic. And these bowlers like Truman and Larwood and the bowlers they talk about who never got injured or whatever, they weren't throwing themselves around in the field, and
no, certainly not.
It's just very, very difficult for a fast bowler, I think, to stay fit these days. I really do.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there, Frank. I've often argued that given the advances in science and the way these guys are looking after their bodies now, I would always struggle to believe that in an era when alcohol was consumed and players were smoking on the balcony or whatever, that those guys could put their bodies through the rigours of what...
I'm sure you can't argue with the fact that Truman bowled X number of overs in a season or whatever without getting injured, but he wasn't, I don't think, putting his body through the stress that these guys do. There's a bit of the Pretorius that we've been led to believe we were going to see, as that one's wide from Potts and he just throws the hands at it and slices it over about fifth slip and down to third man for the first boundary of the innings, 5 without loss. Remember, the target is 199. Yeah, and there's a young lad I coach or have coached, less so recently, who's now become a professional this year. He's 16 years old, bowls very, very quickly. Signed a contract with the county this year, and he bowls at 16 years old in the mid-80s, which is pretty impressive. But he's already had his first back injury of his professional career recently.
Yes, no stress fractures.
It's not a stress fracture, thankfully, but he's also had a knee injury. It's just, even at the age of 16, when you're lithe and young and fit and strong, such a taxing occupation, bowling quick. And Potts here is bowling with reasonable pace. Broad-shouldered Matty Potts. We've seen a lot of him in the county game with Durham. Very consistent performer. Has played Test cricket. Knows his game. As he's just suggesting to Jordan Cox, the captain, that he's just getting a little bit of movement.
Speaking of bowlers staying fit and healthy, Potts from everything that I've seen, is actually one of those bowlers who does manage to get through a lot of overs, and his body seems to take that.
Yeah, and when you watch him, it kind of, you can see why, can't you? Because it's kind of rhythmic and measured, and I also think often that the bowlers that stay fit are the ones that use a lot of shoulder rather than crashing down onto the front foot and getting the back of it. I mean, I don't know. The scientists might tell me otherwise, but it's quite a bit. He's a broad-shouldered, well-built seam bowler. But there are a few around, aren't there? Sam Cook's another one at Essex who rarely gets injured. Bowls a lot of overs.
Well, I do think he's injured at the moment.
Yeah, he is at the moment, but it's.
But yes,
the reason we know that is because it's so rare. I think generally you just expect to see him in that Essex side. Mahmood again, and the first ball for Herman. First ball he's faced, pushed up to mid-off.
Made 57, not out in the chase of 120 in the first match in this series at Leicester.
Keeping an eye on events at Bristol. Don't know how many people watching. Well, I suppose all Worcestershire fans will be watching that stream rather than this one, but being of a Worcestershire persuasion, keeping an eye on the T20 down there as well. Gloucestershire 67 for 3 off 7.4. In that one. Driven again up to mid-off. It's quite, another thing that we've been trying to analyse a certain aspect of this game, and we were talking about it in the first innings, and we were talking about it in the press box in the innings break about just the kind of vibe around this game, if I can use that rather modern term, but the feel, the mood, the atmosphere, it's so quiet out there, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't notice a lot of noise from the South Africans, even when they were on top, even when they were on top and had England 30 odd for 4.
You know, and I think partly that's when you put a team together, a touring team you might expect a bit more, but when you put a team together like this England Lions team, they're from all sorts of counties and they haven't played that much together before, and then you change it after you've named the original squad and everything. There isn't that kind of noisy team togetherness out there. There isn't a great buzz out there at the moment. It's incredibly quiet, actually. Hardly anybody clapping their hands and shouting encouragement and so on.
Yeah, I guess part of that is...
That's a lovely shot. It's wide from Mahmood, and Herman's not going to miss out on that. Smashes it through the covers.
Yeah, I think this partially because as well you've got a contingent of young players in here who are 18, 19 who are still finding their way in professional cricket. They're mixed with even the more experienced players. You've got Coles is early 20s, Jordan Cox is 25. There's not a lot of players out there that are sort of front and centre for their counties either.
Oh, that's a beauty delivery from Mahmood. Much better line, much better length, and through the batter, who indicates with a movement of his hand, as they often do, sometimes genuinely, sometimes almost to excuse themselves, that it just did a bit. I don't think it did, really. I think he just played down the wrong line, but he suggested that it just held its line. Anyway, be that as it may, it's a dot ball. It's the end of the over. 4 runs came from it, 3 gone. South Africa 8 on 9 without loss, needing 190 more to take a 2-0 lead in this series.
What I will say, just based on the first 3 overs that we've seen here, that if these left-handers get any width, the hands are being thrown through the ball.
Absolutely. He's a prodigious twiddler of the bat, isn't he, Pretorius? Watching him, and he twiddles it quite late. I've always wondered, I've always worried. Well, I was never much of a bat twirler myself. Alex Stewart's probably the finest I've ever seen, but I've always wondered about those that twirl the bat as late as this. What happens if you get it the wrong way around?
Yeah, there's a couple of twists, even as Potts has set off on his run.
Get it the wrong way around. I have seen a batsman deliberately play with the bat the wrong way around in the Birmingham League. Atiq Javed, who played for Warwickshire and then Leicestershire, when he was playing West Bromwich Dartmouth in the Birmingham League, made 100 and then deliberately turned his bat around and started slicing it all over the place, laughing, just messing around with the fielders and saying, well, if I don't know where it's going, you've got no chance. And he got about 150. Very annoying. That's a great shot.
That's a good shot. Good hand from Mason Crane. Stops it going for 4. Bit of fielding there at cover.
But yeah, Pretorius, he is. I don't think I've ever seen anybody twiddle the bat as late as that. He twirls the bat around in his hands, doing it now. And as the bowler runs up, but he always gets it the right way around, or so it would seem. He's done it now, Bowler's started, and he waits.
Yeah, there's a lot of twitching, isn't there? Even once he's finished his back twitch, there's a couple of nudges of the gloves against his thigh.
Just his own little pre-delivery routine, I think.
And that bat, as it waits for the ball, there's quite a big waggle of the bat as well, and then the toe gets pointed somewhere towards third man. It's
very baseball.
It is, isn't it? Just hits him in the midriff and creates some noise for the England fielders.
Everything about him is aggressive, isn't it?
Yeah.
The way that he carries himself out there. That was nasty. That was off a length.
It's been a good over from Potts.
That hurt him, that last one. I had the binoculars on him and it bounced, hit him in the midriff and produced a grimace.
Yeah, Potts is getting a little bit of shape there. A couple of deliveries in that over have shaped back into the left-hander. Yeah, maybe it hit Pretorius on the glove. He's got one of them off now at the non-strikers. 11 without loss after 4. That's another beautiful shot. That really is. Standing tall. He's not going to get 4 for it, Herman. But he's up on his toes, punching with a nice straight bat through extra cover. Picks up a couple. A little bit of width there from Mahmood, back of a length like we saw the South African bowlers continually hit, but just a little bit more width allowed Herman to get his hands through the ball.
That's 4. Stand and deliver.
Dismissive.
Width, as you said, a little bit of length as well that time, but just whacked away. Not much foot movement again. Didn't need to be.
No, again.
Almost no foot movement, just smashed it.
Just up on his toes a little bit.
Margins for error are quite small, I would suggest, against these two.
Yeah, there's certainly more positive than I think England's opening pair. Tribe and Dawkins, much more classical and nice timers of the ball.
Good fielding by Cox.
Excellent fielding there.
Hits the stumps, having slid and picked up, but Herman was home.
Yeah, much more. England's opener is definitely more classical than these two South African openers. Chasing a relatively modest total, they're looking to get on top of the bowlers here.
Punched away this time by Pretorius for a single. You say classical, and you're absolutely right. That said, I thought Herman's first cover drive was beautifully executed, and on the back foot, that punch through extra by Pretorius in the first over from Matty Potts was right out of the textbook. I just think they look punchy and aggressive and intimidating to the bowler. You know, if you're running up to bowl at them, you'd be slightly put off by their body language, which is good. Good, positive, dominant batting.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't give you much.
And that's the way to respond.
Much leeway as a bowler when you know that if you err in your length just a fraction, that the batters are going to pounce all over it.
Excuse me. Could do with some water in here, couldn't we? 19 without loss. 180 to win. That was one of those. It was an odd one. I might have to watch the replay before I actually commit to words what I was going to say. But
Just an update from Bristol for Worcestershire followers. Gloucestershire
yeah,
88 for 4.
I will say it.
At the end of the 11th.
It was one where the shot appeared to have no relationship with the ball whatsoever. You know, that in a red ball game, you'd have been playing that ball defensively off the back foot with a straight bat, and he's trying to hit it over square leg. Just bizarre, really.
Yeah.
It was almost as though he'd made his mind up. This last ball's going, and it didn't. But it was good from Mahmood.
Yeah,
to
Herman
come
looked
back like that.
Herman looked like he was going to try and hit that over the Graham Hick pavilion.
So 8 off that 5th over, 19 without loss. Off 5. England was 17 without loss, so not that much different.
Despite the intent of the two batters. It's just interesting that Mahmood immediately has come round the wicket to Herman, whereas to Pretorius he's bowling over the wicket. Maybe keen to make sure that he doesn't give Pretorius any width, because we saw in Potts' first over when he erred a little, bowled slightly wide, the hands were thrown through the ball. But Mahmood has bowled a couple of deliveries that are slightly wider for Herman to play shots at.
Potts can't believe that. Not quite sure. It was another one of those where he's come off the middle of the bat and he's getting excited, presumably because the batter's moved across his stumps. Yeah, and there was a bit of late movement actually, and it did look for all the world like he was going to be absolutely pinned, didn't it?
Yeah, Potts has
played it late.
Potts has got this coming back into Pretorius quite nicely.
Yeah. Oh. Width, as you said. Absolutely does not mess about if he's got width. Slices it down to third man. Aiming to hit it squarer.
Yeah, I think he was looking to wallop that past Ben Dawkins at backward point. But
I don't think this will take 50 overs, one way or another. Do you?
I agree.
They'll either be out or they'll win it with 10 overs to spare, I reckon. It just has that feel about it, doesn't it?
Yeah, just in the way that even when the ball's being hit towards fielders here by these two opening batters, it's just rocketing to them. It's not dribbling out into the offside or into the leg side. Fielders are being made to stop the ball. Oh my word.
Well, that's absolutely on the money from Matty Potts. Absolutely where he wants it to be.
Again, first time bowling at Herman, immediately round the wicket as well. So this must be something that England's bowlers
the analysts have looked at it, haven't they?
Oh,
I think he's just not moved his feet, has he?
No, didn't get out towards the ball, played it on the walk.
Yeah.
But beautifully bowled by Potts. It's a really nice over so far.
It's a very good over indeed. Just the one run coming from it. 20 without loss of 6. Lions were 23 for 1. They lost their first wicket in that 6th over. I think you'd probably expect maybe Potts and Mahmood to bowl 5 each in this opening spell. Something along those lines. Jordan Cox just having a word with Mahmood. That's the other thing, isn't it, about these sides? As a tour develops, a captain will get to know his bowlers and know what sort of length of spells they're comfortable bowling, etc. Whereas Jordan Cox will not have skippered these two before and will just be guided by them, I guess.
Both more experienced players as well.
There we are. That was Quentin de Kock, wasn't it? Sliced away to third man.
Yeah.
Attempted to go for the catch, the fielder down there at third man, diving forward and unable to get a hand on it. Can't see who it is. He's got 28 on, but there's no 28 on the scorecard, is there? So whether there's a sub out there. Anyway, diving forward, couldn't get a hand on it, went for 4. 28. I might have a way of finding it.
Just trying to go through the field now, see if I can't.
I think I might have it here. No, I haven't got it. Yes, I have. Eddie Jack. He's in action again now. So the numbers that were on NV Play are all over the place. It's Eddie Jack 28. Another one sliced away.
He really does get the ball down to there quite often. I'm a bit. I feel like you could maybe take a catch down there.
Well,
the way he goes at the ball.
That's what he was trying to do on the first occasion, I think. Oh, he's dropped. Dropped by the keeper, and they've got a single. Mahmood can't believe it. Should he have gone for it? Should he have left it to slip? He's a relatively inexperienced keeper, isn't he, Mays?
Yeah, I think this might have gone straight to slip if he left it.
Well, it was wide. Slip is wide, but it would have been to the right hand of the fielder at slip.
It was James Coles at slip.
It's got a different number again from what he's supposed to be wearing.
It was a big booming drive.
It was a big
Herman.
booming drive. He dived and he couldn't hold on to it, and they even got a single. Actually, it ran away from the slip, having spilled from the gloves.
Again, very little foot movement on that drive.
But it should have been taken.
Yeah, big chance for England to make an inroad and get themselves into this game.
Mahmood, not surprisingly, disgruntled. And 4 more. No, only 1.
Nice
because he's moved a lot finer, Eddie Jack. That was edged past second step. I thought it was going for 4, but Jack, much finer than he was before, cuts it off and they get a single. End of the over. Unlucky for Mahmood. 7 from it. 7 gone. 27 for no wicket. South Africa needing 199 to win.
Excellent work in the field by Eddie Jack that over. He's been kept busy. You wouldn't expect third man to be such a hot spot, but the big fast bowler's made a decent effort down there. Tried to take the catch earlier in the over. Unlucky not to stop it. Diving forward in front of him. Those ones are always difficult. Unsure of whether you're going to wear it in the teeth.
Matty Potts begins his 4th. And goes past the bat. When he gets it in the right area, Potts has looked very, very difficult to work with for these 2 batters. Both played and missed several times. They've played and missed a lot more than the England players did early on. And I don't know, Potts is probably as good a bowler as you'll find outside of the England Test side in terms of seamers in the country.
Yeah, I think he can probably count himself a little. He beats him again. Count himself a little unlucky that he's not played more Test cricket for England already.
So.
He's
definitely,
whenever he's been given the opportunity, he's never let England down. That debut series against New Zealand, he bowled really well. The first under Stokes' captaincy. Felt a bit sorry for him in the Ashes as when he was called up and thrown into it on a flat one where England were playing badly. But you know, with Potts, you're always going to get maximum effort. He's always going to run in and give everything he's got every single spell. And he's bowled really well to start here. He's halfway through his 4th over. No wicket for 7. Gone past the outside edge maybe 5 or 6 times already. To your earlier point, Frank, of how quiet it is out there. Every time the ball goes into the outfield, you can hear the South African batters calling.
Yeah.
Big loud shouts from both.
It's like when you go to a reserve team game of football, if such a thing still exists, or an under 23 game or something, and you hear all the things the players say echoing around the stadium. Not so bad on a ground like this, but when it's a test ground and it's empty, it's really soulless, isn't it?
I can imagine some of those fixtures played down in places like Hampshire, where big bowls, if the attendance isn't good, I can imagine like the noise rattles around in there.
Yeah, I've played at Edgbaston a few times with half a dozen spectators in, and it's a lovely ground to play on, but it's a bizarre experience. Ooh, turned him round a bit with that one. It's a great little spell from Matty Potts, this.
Yeah.
Excellent stuff. Maiden over from him, first of the innings, and he has been right on it. He really has. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 7 for Potts.
Yeah, he looks the most likely of the England bowlers so far.
Mahmood's going to have another one. I said 5s. I still wonder if that's about right. Got Jack to come. Mason Crane, of course.
James Coles, Ekansh Singh.
James Coles, Ekansh Singh. There's lots of options. You should imagine Coles will be front line in terms of the spinners. Oh, goodness me, they've gone past the bat a few times, haven't they? It's another beauty from Mahmood. Neither of these two looked in, to say the least, I would say. And Pretorius 15 off 34. Herman 12 off 13 so far. Might not, to be fair, have played at that well. I think he probably did. But they've got away with it. The one nick has been put down. A couple of slices down to third man.
Yeah, Eddie Jack's crept in a couple down there at third man, so they clearly think
that they could get a sliced drive, yeah. Which suggests there's good pace in the pitch, doesn't it? Keeping an eye on Bristol. 103 for 4 off 13.5.
Two sides going well in the block.
For 17. Which is exactly what he did here the other night. First over went for 16, second over went for 1. And they've got another wicket.
Too high there on that shout, but it's been a testing over so far by Mahmood.
And so what's par at Bristol then?
It's been a weird season down at Bristol in terms of the pitches. I would say somewhere around 150.
In a T20?
In a T20.
Yeah, okay, I'm still on for that then.
The county championship matches have been pretty high scoring as Mahmood beats the bat again.
So 103 for 5 off 14 is about right then.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire hosted West Country rivals Somerset on Friday night, and that was lower scoring game. I think 130 something was Somerset's total that were chased down by Gloucestershire. But yeah, on the whole, I'd say normally it's a pretty good batting wicket up at Bristol. Fast outfield.
So if they keep them below 150, they've got a good chance.
I'd say so. Given that Worcestershire side feeling pretty confident, won their own derby recently.
Greater than the sum of its parts, I think it's fair to say. That Worcestershire side, you look at it on paper. Excuse us if you're in South Africa thinking, what are they talking about this for? We are here at Worcester. Bear with us. You look at it on paper and it lacks kind of superstars in terms of with bat and ball really, but Sikander Raza's made a good impression. Tom Taylor is a very consistent performer. Matthew Waite does a bit with bat and ball. A lot of people that contribute. Oh, another beauty. This is really
is flying
good
through.
Cracking spell. Excellent over from Mahmood.
Another maiden, back-to-back maidens.
And you've got a young opener in Isaac Mohammed, still only 18 years old, beginning to make his mark. So yeah, they've done all right. The one game they did lose, they got absolutely smashed by 100 runs. Imagine losing a T20 game by 100 runs. But that's what happened here a couple of weeks ago against Northants.
South African batters having a drink and a change of gloves.
So, Matty Potts to continue. Going to be 5 each at least for the England openers, but crucially, no breakthrough as yet.
No, but it does feel like now's the time for England.
Goodness me, I've lost count of the numbers of play and misses. Jordan Cox, another one who's got a completely different number on his back from what he was supposed to have. I don't know why we bother. I wonder if they've been changed on the original.
Just looking at the list there as well. Dawkins hasn't got a number. Crane's wearing 4.
These were the official numbers. Singh hasn't got one either, I don't think.
No, I assume that's because he's another late call-up. As this one driven
4.
in the air, it'll be 4.
Potts is not impressed.
Pretorius on that front foot again.
Potts is 35.
Sliced off
Pay
the outside.
no attention to these numbers. Yeah, it was a slice. Who's at slip? Tribe?
Coles is in the floppy hat
Coles
at slip.
First. Tribe at second.
Tribe's not wearing number 2 either.
No.
Looking at your numbers there. As Potts is back of a length into the body and there's no run.
No, he's not wearing 2. That's why I wanted to...
46.
46. By the end of the day, I'll get them all right, and they'll make 5 changes on Tuesday.
At least the South Africans are wearing the numbers that we've got assigned to them, so we could at least identify them in the field as Pretorius gets no run once more.
No, well, there's been a lot of fuss about the numbers on the Worcestershire shirts in the T20 because they're the design is a kind of cubist take, really, like a sort of stained glass window shirt. It's very attractive, but as a result, the names and the numbers have kind of been blocked out deliberately, so they're filled in. So a 9 is the shape of a 9, but there's no polo mint hole in it. And quite a few of the commentators from other teams are on for a 1 bounce 4. So Potts has gone for 2 boundaries in this over, and it might just have been 1 over too many for him. I wonder if the captain thought, shall I make a change? No, I'll give him 1 more, and as we were talking about earlier. But anyway, it was clubbed away. It was a very impressive shot.
Yeah, 4th stump line.
It's arms again, as far as Pretorius is concerned. Just giving a bit of room. Get those arms through.
I'd have definitely bowled Potts another one.
Yeah, so would I.
He bowled a good enough over previously. It was a maiden. And
absolutely. And he's gone past the bat 2 or 3 times, as he does again here with a slight change of pace. But that's the end of the 10th. And the power play is over, and they are wicketless. 35 without loss, 8 coming from that over. Herman has 12, Pretorius 23.
I can't quite work out how South Africa have managed to survive that power play unscathed.
Well, they've played and missed a lot, haven't they?
I'd say that England have probably bowled about as well as South Africa did, and they haven't had the rewards.
Yeah, I would say so. I might even have bowled a bit better. Different approach altogether with the 2 seamers, and not, 14 opening for South Africa gave them that extra control, didn't it? And it was a nice little combination with McKenna. Mahmood's going to bowl a 6th. Well, he might after his 5th being a maiden. He's in conversation with fielders. Still got the 2 slips in, Tribe and Coles.
Coles is doing some stretching. I wonder whether we're going to see his left arm spin.
Yeah.
Ooh, almost a leading edge back to Mahmood there. Herman got the look from the bowler. Almost had you. Yeah, Coles is vigorously swinging his arms now. Another bowler in the similar style to what we saw from the South African spinners. Not the biggest turner of the ball, but uses those changes of pace. Looks to use the arm ball to skid on for LBWs.
It's just rinse and repeat, isn't it? Mahmood round the wicket to Herman. Good length, just back of a length. Looks to play it outside the off stump with a straight bat and misses it. Cracking delivery. Can't really do much more.
Not really. It's maybe a fraction short to get the edge, but we're like,
yeah,
that's being overly critical, I'd say. From Herman's point of view, it's again a lack of. There's no foot movement, and then Mahmood's pitched it up. And excellent work, and throw at the stumps just narrowly misses. That's Jordan Cox at mid-on.
He's good in the field, isn't he? He's quick. He's a keeper, isn't he?
He's another one who can keep wicket. Much more of an outfielder in recent years. I think it's been a while since he's kept wicket.
So Pretorius 23 or 40 deliveries. Probably not his usual strike rate.
He's interestingly, every now and then he just picks up
grass
and
the wind.
Throws it up in the air to see what direction the wind's coming and how strongly it's blowing.
Twiddles the bat again and is solidly forward. Very tidy from England so far, I think. And just a hint, perhaps, that these two are getting ready to change gear. It's the no wickets which is the crucial thing. Lions were 3 down by this stage. So the base is laid, but there just hasn't been that much to hit, really.
No. No, not at all. That burst where England lost 3 wickets for 2 runs really did get them on the back foot.
Good stuff from Mahmood, who forces Pretorius to just fend this away in front of his face.
I think that caught Pretorius a little bit by surprise. It looked like he'd got onto the front foot, as he sort of tends to do. His first stride is forwards, looking to get his weight into the ball, so he can then use his hands. But that was a good short ball by Mahmood.
Changing his field. He's either going to bounce him or he's pretending. Got a man in leg slip, and he's moved Mason Crane out to deep backward square. Got a man out on the mid-wicket boundary, round the wicket, and it's a length ball outside off stump, which is read by Pretorius. I think he guessed that was going to be the bluff. Pushes it down on the offside, end of the over. 37 without loss, 2 from the over. So all a bit of theatre for nothing, that wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a fairly innocuous delivery in the end, I'd say.
And we have a change, and it is James Coles. James Coles, who's in the remarkable position with regard to the 100, I think, of having banked a massive amount of money. I know he's got to pay his agent and tax and everything else, but even so, huge amount of money, probably in excess of £250,000. Meanwhile, his employers are penniless. Bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah, Coles earning that 100 contract on the back of, I think, winning the SA20 with Sunrisers Eastern Cape. I know he had a pretty successful tournament out there as an all-rounder, bowling his left arm spin. Didn't take hatfuls of wickets, but he was economical.
Well, here he is, over the wicket, not surprisingly, with both left-handers out there. And his first ball is punched in the bottom hand up to his captain at mid-off. So they'll know each other. Coles will know quite a few of these guys, I would imagine, but he'll certainly know Pretorius, I would have thought, from franchise cricket. And that one is all the way for 6. Classic slog sweep, actually cleared the front leg, got down low and gave it a bit of muscle.
Yeah, straight over the head of Eddie Jack at long on.
First 6 of the innings.
Had it thud into the building over there to our left. So Pretorius's first ball, big drive towards Coxall on the ground, and then 6, and has forced Coles round the wicket, and this time he's smashed this through extra cover. It was over pitched, I'd say, but
yeah, he's put pressure on him now, though, hasn't he? He's put pressure on Coles. But this is the modern game again now. If it's T20, you keep going, but in the 50-over game, you've got 10 off the over. No more heroics required.
Off the first 3 balls as well.
No more heroics required. Push a single, block it, whatever you like. But they often tend to just keep going, don't they?
I would suggest that Pretorius might just keep going here.
Yeah, so would
I think that he's now up to 34 from 46, and I think the shackles are.
Yeah.
He's just going to let
It's
loose.
It's
Platforms laid.
Platform, yeah.
47 without loss, 152 to win. And Pretorius is going to look to take another big chunk out of this if he can.
Well, fair play to him. A nicely controlled clip up to long on and Eddie Jack for a single. Gloucestershire 133 for 6 off 18. So it's about right, isn't it? What you said, 150. Makes it quite interesting rather than massive run chases, I think.
Yeah, some of the scores in the IPL, I think, getting a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah, I do. And you get bored of seeing 6s, don't you? Pushed out on the offside, or I do anyway.
Well, I like to see something
a bit of a
for the
contest. Yeah, absolutely.
I certainly don't like a procession of games where bowlers are basically just glorified bowling machines. Nothing. That's excellently stopped.
Yeah, beautiful
Jordan
shot.
Cox diving to his left in extra cover.
So the end of Coles' first over. It went for 12. The acceleration is coming just at the right time. 49 without loss after 12. 45 for 4 was the Lions' score, and that tells you its own story. They've gone about it really well. They've played and missed. They've had a bit of luck. One of them's been put down, but they're still there. And if they could take this partnership up towards 70 or 80 when you're only chasing 199 to win, you've taken a big chunk out of it, haven't you? Saj Mahmood's going to carry on though. Nobody's stopping him. He's in a nice little rhythm.
He certainly is. This will be the start of his 7th over. None for 22 currently. So he pushes Caleb Faulkner back. On the leg side as Herman flashes again. It's stopped by Ekansh Singh.
Good work. Good stop again.
Yeah, there's a man back on the offside, but I don't think he'd have cut that off. That was going finer. So that brings up the 50 for South Africa. One of the differences about this South Africa side is how many of them have played international cricket recently. There was a T20 series in March against New Zealand that a lot of these players in this South Africa A side took part in. Plenty of the batters, and well, albeit given how this series is going so far, we've not actually seen much of them, but when you look around the England side, not many of these guys have played international cricket recently, if at all. But there's some good players out there who I think could have excellent careers, but there is a bit of a gulf so far.
Lost count the number of times that Mahmood's beaten the bat. But Pretorius, whom I'm christening Mr. Twiddle, is unperturbed. He's on the move all the time out there, isn't he?
Yeah.
Waving his bat around, twiddling it in his hands, just checking his guard. When he hits it, it stays hit. He's had a few fortunate play and misses, but fair play to him, he's still there. And he's timed this one nicely, just clipped away to mid-wicket for a single. 51 without loss.
He's got his little characteristics. He often carries the bat as well when he's at the non-strikers. Carries the bat by the blade.
By the blade, yeah.
Rather than with the handle.
Yeah. Just unclips the gloves, David Warner style. Used to do it between every ball, didn't he, Warner? Unzip the Velcro and then put it back again. All sorts of nervous tics that batters have. This one's out to the ground. Goodness me, that's a great shot from Herman. Absolutely so quickly onto it. Banged in short by Mahmood, not at great pace. And I just think South Africans and Australians, top order batters, they see the length so early. They're so used to playing on quick bouncy tracks. And that one is absolutely smashed away into the car park, and they've got to find another ball. Tremendous shot from Herman, who hasn't looked particularly fluent, but that's a really top shot. Again, very little foot movement, but just onto the length so quickly and heaved away into the car park between the ladies' pavilion and the Graham Hick pavilion. Might take a bit of finding that one, and it's 57 without loss. Yeah, and I think it's an understatement to say that they need a wicket.
Herman's 21 from 27 and has mixed in incredible shots with playing and missing. He's got a really good domestic record. I was doing some research yesterday. Averages 46 in List A cricket, but has only played once in ODIs for South Africa. I'm not sure that England should persist with too many more short balls. That was dealt
Crunched.
with. That was properly dealt with.
I think this might be Mamu's last over, don't you? 7's enough for any seamer, I think. 6.5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 30 so far. He's bowled better than that, there's no question about that. He has been very, very unlucky not to get a wicket. They've got it back. Mason Crane says, somebody's brought it back. Somebody from Old Vigornian's second team on the field next door to us. I've been playing or umpiring on that ground a few times when the ball's come over. And they're checking to see if it's damaged. It's not. You can have it back. Here you go, Saqib. 57 without loss then. 199 the target. England Lions need a wicket. South Africa just beginning to change through the gears.
Yeah, they're not really under any required run rate pressure.
No, 22 off the last 3 before this though, and I think well, with this one having already gone for 8, that'll be 30 or 4. Just sense that they know what they're doing out there. Punched off the back foot for another one.
On the up.
So, 9 off the over. 58 without loss. Off 13. 45 for 4 was the England Lions score at this point. 140. I'm just going to tell you how many Gloucestershire got down at your place of work at Bristol. 148 for 8. So there you are.
Not bad.
Matthew Howes, my colleague, he knows his stuff. He said 150 was par. Well, if they get him, they'll be 4 from 5 Worcestershire, which will be a pretty good start. Coles round the wicket. Herman takes a single.
Pretorius goes again. 6 more. Straight over the bowler's head.
I think if he stays in, Pretorius, could be an early finish, couldn't it? Well, that's a bit obvious, but what I mean is, if he bats for another hour, he'll get another 50, won't he?
Oh, easily. Easily. That one was hit with a bit of slice. Bottom hand starting to whip through and sort of forced it.
Nice change of pace from Coles.
I'm not entirely sure where England should turn next here.
No.
I feel like clearly Pretorius as his big slog sweep again. This one's massive. This might be the biggest of the lot. Sails over Eddie Jack's head at long on. South Africa at 71 without loss.
Jordan Cox walks over to have a word with James Coles. This is again, I mean, I'm not for a minute criticising either player or any of the players, but it's the nature of games like this that you have a captain who doesn't know his bowler particularly well. And you might argue that he doesn't need to, as this one's a dot ball, because Coles is his own man and he's gaining experience in franchise cricket and got his big 100 contract and everything else. But I don't know how much captaincy Jordan Cox has done. But you know what I'm saying. It's the nature of a hastily thrown together representative side, quick flat one to end the over. That chemistry that develops in a club side, in a county side, in an international side that is settled, or a touring group, isn't necessarily there as Saj Mahmood leaves the field for a bit of a R&R, and a substitute with no number on his back comes out to replace him. So we have a change of bowling at the Diglis end.
Looks like Eddie Jack, I think.
I think you're right. It is indeed. So England need a breakthrough. 71 without loss, so 13 off that over from James Coles. So 2 of the last 3 overs have gone for double figures, and 1 of them went for 9. And in the England innings, there was only 1 over that went for double figures in the whole innings, that's quite amazing, isn't it? But it's true, strange but true.
Can't be many white ball games where, with so few overs, that go for double figures. Yeah, Eddie Jack has been treated with disdain there. Herman hanging back, baseball smash back past the bowler, down the ground for 4. Yeah, just too much width allowed him to get his hands through it. Again, not much footwork, but it doesn't really matter. This, again, width, and Herman throws the hands through it and slices it on the offside instead.
Well, they've got to break this partnership, and they've got to break it soon. Otherwise, we're in for a very rapid conclusion, I reckon.
Yeah, I'm not sure 1 wicket will be enough here. England need to do what South Africa did a couple of times and pick up a couple of wickets in quick succession. Ooh, Pretorius on the drive, bounces just in front of fielder. I think that's Asa Tribe. Yes, it is. Cover. Excellent diving stop there, one-handed by Tribe.
I think the dive came after he'd picked it up, you know.
For the cameras.
Yes, kind of. Well, I'm not saying he didn't need to dive, but he got it into his hand, didn't he? It was a crowd save. Good work. It doesn't matter really, does it? However you do it, if you stop it, but
yeah, the dive did allow him to get back to his feet quickly, and meant there was no run.
Pretorius is frustrated almost every time he doesn't score a run, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's that kind of player.
Especially...
I mean, 48 or 56. I bet he doesn't often score less than a run a ball in a white ball game.
Yeah. The frustration when he doesn't score a run seems to have been amplified since he's got himself going.
Yeah.
Punch down the ground, and Potts does well to come across, keep it to 1. 6 off Eddie Jack's first over, as that is Drinks.
Yeah, Drinks after 15. So quick recap if you're just joining us. I know people are all the time, might be waking up and somewhere else in the world and wondering how it's all got to this stage. Well, England Lions were put into bat by South Africa and bowled out in 47.1 overs for 198. 4 wickets for McKenna, 2 each for Fortain and Peter. Top scorer was Caleb Falconer with 45, the only player to pass 30. Other contributions from Mays 26, Potts 25, Singh 27 and Crane 22, but nobody in the England team capable of going on to anything of real significance in the face of pretty good South African out cricket, and that explains why. They restricted England to 198, they need 199 to win, and so far they are in very, very good shape at 77 without loss, off 15 overs, and we have a drinks break. Yeah, 148 for 8. Gloucestershire against Worcestershire. Top scorer Charles with 49. 2 wickets each for Taylor and Waite. Sikandar Raza bowled his 4 for 19.
He's an excellent T20 player, isn't he? Sikandar Raza.
So in with a chance in that one. The clash of the two teams going pretty well. 2 batters going pretty well here.
Both nipped off the ground for a comfort break. 2 batters. Pretorius on 49. Herman 28. Both scoring quickly.
Yeah, he's got stuck in a bit, hasn't he, Pretorius, since James Coles has come on.
Yeah, Coles, compared to the South African spinners, his length has just been that little bit fuller, and every time he's erred too full, Pretorius has thrown absolutely everything at it. Imagine we're going to have a change of bowling from this New Road end, given that Coles' 2 overs so far have gone for 25.
Yeah.
It might be Mason Crane, maybe. He's just tucked a towel into his trousers, and he often bowls with one of those tucked in there. Try and keep his fingers nice and dry. He's bowling his leg spin, so it's possible that it's going to be...
Well, he'll be turning into the left-handers. Not ideal for a leg spinner to bowl at 2 left-handers, but certainly going through a vigorous warm-up. And indeed it is going to be Mason Crane at the New Road end. So just to give you the bowling figures so far, Mahmood 7 overs 1 maiden no wicket for 31. I think he's unlucky. Potts 5 overs 1 maiden no wicket for 15. Excellent. Coles 2 overs no maiden no wicket for 25. And Eddie Jack the 1 over that cost 6. The field is well spread for Mason Crane. Now, old leg spinner that I used to play with, Matt, Mushtaq Mohammed. Wonderful Pakistani leg spinner, now in his 80s, when I played with him at Old Hill in the Birmingham League, and I kept wicket, and I tell you what, left-hander, first ball, always a googly, many a stumping. Not quite the same situation here, but Mason Crane, I wonder if he will chuck the googly or 2 in at the left-handers.
It does go across him, which would suggest to me that was a googly.
We'll have to have a look, but yeah. Will Mays be able to pick him? No, it wasn't a googly, a leg break. But it's thrown up outside the off stump. Used to have to signal it to me at first. He used to have a signal. He stood at the end of his run up, and then he taught me to pick it, and then it was easy. Then once you got used to it, but yeah, many a stumping off the left hander.
What was the signal?
Oh,
What's he doing to not give it away to the batter?
Chucked his ball up 3 times, or ran his hand through there. I can't remember. Crane again with that characteristic little knee raised little sort of mini sprint on the way up to the stumps. Tidy so far from the leg spinner.
Yeah, he's got his length right so far, these first 4 balls.
Big sweep attempted by Pretorius, missed it, taken on the pad.
Suggests to me that Pretorius isn't picking him either. I tend to say that you sweep when you don't know what's coming out.
Well, do you try and pick him, or do you just go for it? I'm always reminded of. Oh, he's got away with that. Didn't know much about it, Pretorius. Just ended up spooning it up in the air to mid-off. End of the over, just 1 from it. A welcome resumption of control for England. Pretorius' 50, however, has come up. 65 balls. Just 1 run off the over. 78 without a loss, so just 7 from the last 2 overs. There's a Pakistani leg spinner called Abdul Qadir who weaved his web of mystery in Test cricket for 2 or 3 years in the 80s, and nobody could pick him. Played here for Pakistan against Worcestershire. And Martin Weston, who was, pretty much journeyman sort of cricketer, good friend of mine, often comes and sits out here. One of the unsung heroes of the great Worcestershire side in the 80s as Eddie Jack starts a new over. Played for Worcestershire against Pakistan and was pushed up the order to open in the absence of some senior players. And Abdul Qadir came on very early on, and Martin Weston absolutely slaughtered him. Smashed him all around the ground. And I said to him afterwards, well, goodness man, that was impressive, Martin. It's a local boy, Worcester boy. I said, you obviously didn't have any trouble picking him. He said, I hadn't got a clue. He said, just decided to whack everything. It was my day. So there you go. One of the best leg spinners in the world. He's got 60 off about 30 balls in those days. Couldn't pick him, he said, so I thought might as well just smash everything.
I mean, that's good by today's standards.
It was incredible. I mean, I might be exaggerating, but it was one of those where he couldn't pick him, he said, and just decided to go for it. There's Jack again round the wicket. Nudged away by Pretorius for a single. They're doing a great job, these two. You're chasing 199, you get 100 on the board for their first wicket, you're in good shape, aren't you? Not that they've got 100 yet, but they're not far off.
Yeah, they survived that tricky testing period where Potts Mahmood beat the bat almost every other ball. But since then, Pretorius especially, he's had most of the strike, but both of these batters have looked to put the England change bowlers under pressure. And right on cue, Herman with a flat-footed drive gets beaten again.
Yeah, his innings has been a real mix, hasn't it, Herman's, between belligerence and fresh air shots, really. Yeah. Not really much in the middle.
Yeah, he's looked to drive anything on the up. There again. Gets a single. I said he's got a good List A record, averages 45, 46, and I have to admit, I'm surprised it's that good if he's playing this type of innings regularly.
It's just a bit too easy at the moment, though, isn't it, from an England point of view, I think, for these two. It's not so much, they've slowed down a little bit, but there doesn't look to be much threat, does there?
No. Crane bowled a good first over, and maybe he's the most likely bowler, but and Eddie Jacks started quite nicely.
Yeah.
9 from his first 2, but it's not, doesn't look like forcing a wicket.
No threat.
We've certainly seen games of cricket turn with 1 wicket, so England will be hoping that that first breakthrough sparks something, because this isn't the easiest pitch to get started on. Or at least if you're an England batter anyway.
And apart from these two, they're the only ones we've seen, so we have to make our judgment based on that. But yeah, it's not. Well, we said 250, didn't we? We thought was about par, and I'd stick by that on this pitch in a 50 over game.
Yeah,
and England obviously well short of that.
Yeah, I think England definitely were short of a good score. As Herman this time takes it on, and just about had Ace of Tribe interested for a moment long on, but goes for 6 more. Herman now striking at more than a runner ball. South Africa 88 without loss. And England just never got themselves into a position with a partnership this strong with the bat. I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
As they were always
100%.
trying, just constantly rebuilding.
It's looked like, to be fair, an experienced team that knows its roles against a team of talented players that's been thrown together a little bit, I think. And that's probably what it is, in all fairness. And that's no judgment on anybody. Just the nature of it, I think. England Lions look like a group that have been put together. They're all very good cricketers, but they lack a unity, don't they, and a purpose. Whereas South Africa looked like a team in the outfield and have, it would appear, batted with a bit of a plan and maturity out there. But they had a bit of luck early on against some good seam bowling, there's no doubt about that.
Pretorius has gone big again. Hit towards the hotel.
Huge.
Ace of Tribe has had to hop the fence to go and find it. As Crane's second over goes for 16. It really is. Every time that the spinners get slightly full, Pretorius has decided they're going.
I think I'm planning an early dog walk tonight. Earlier than I expected. It's my dog's birthday today. Oh, I said that, didn't I? 12 years old.
Happy birthday to the... What's the dog's name?
Ted.
Ted. Happy birthday to Ted.
He doesn't know it's his birthday, of course. But when I give him 2 dentist sticks tonight instead of 1, he might wonder whether something's going on. But I think I might be walking him a bit earlier than I thought. The way things are going. 97 without loss. And I think if they get, like I said, if they get to 100, get to 100, 120, then it will just be a sprint to the line, I reckon.
Yeah, I think the sprint to the line might
think it's
already
begun already?
might already be in process.
The bell's gone for the last lap anyway. And fair play to them. Started out sensibly. Had a bit of luck early on, but they have just capitalised on the change bowlers. Pretorius looks very threatening now on 60. And he wants the strike, hence he scurries through for that leg by. Got the sense when he was fielding that he just was waiting to bat.
Yes.
Some players are like that. You just look at them in the field. I'm not saying he I mean, a couple of times we thought he might have been quicker in the field, but he was shadow batting down here on the boundary, and you just get the sense with certain players that, you know, there's one thing they really want to do in life, and it ain't field.
Yeah, another talented young left-hander. I think was fairly similar when I was here for the England under-19s against India last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Suryavanshi, the world's most exciting youngster. Both Matthew and I saw him up close last year, and he's not a great fielder. He's not a great fielder, nor must he be. Well, I mean, he will be very soon, but he's 15 years old and 14 when we saw him. Not a great fielder, obviously, and playing in pretty senior cricket, but goodness gracious me, a ball striker extraordinaire. Conventional drive from Herman this time, straight to the fielder at mid-off. Yeah, and it will be exciting to see him do it. Just if he plays Test cricket, and they're talking about it maybe not being that far away, to think we saw him when we did, you know, it might be one of those things you look back on.
Well, you were here for the... Herman's had another go, and this one squeezed through Cox at mid-off. He took enough pace on it that Potts could
get back and prevent any more than a single.
I thought for a second there, I paused then because Cox was still laying prone on the ground, and I thought he might have done himself a mischief, but I think he feels he just should have stopped the ball cleanly.
Worcestershire 18 for 2, chasing that total of 140 odd.
Meanwhile, the 100's up for South Africa for the loss of no wicket. Another fairly tidy Eddie Jack over. 3 overs for 13. That one went for 4.
So 101 for no wicket off 19. England Lions were 71 for 4. That gives you an idea of where they are in terms of the win prospects. Wasp, if there were one, would be, well, I mean, the run rate is 5.3 and the run rate required is 3.2. So that probably tells you everything. Duckworth Lewis is not displayed, but if it were, it would
I think it is actually. I think it's 41, just above the to win total on the scoreboard.
Well, 41, goodness me. And this one for Crane is down the leg side and is going to produce 4 leg buys. No, 4 off the bat. So they really are beginning to crack on now. Yeah, you're right, it is, isn't it? I can see it's so small. 41. That's mad. How can that be? I don't get that. The score is 100. Duckworth Lewis is 41. Are they that far ahead?
think they're certainly bossing the game. That much is certain.
Mason Crane again from the New Road end. Pretorius turns it to the fielder at short fine leg.
You can see in this over, Crane is really trying hard not to get into to get into the swinging arc of Pretorius.
Right.
Everything is being bowled slightly more towards the pads. Don't let him get that free access to the ball, and even there, Pretorius takes that front foot, moved it outside leg stump to try and get access to the ball, but in the end, hits it into the offside for a single.
Well, we haven't seen that many of the South African batters yet in this series, have we? We've only seen 4 of them. Ooh, he's played and missed at that one. Herman, Ackerman and De Zulzi.
2 of those aren't playing today.
In the first game, yeah. And these 2 in this game. Jason Smith hasn't had a go yet.
No.
Might not get a go today.
He took a catch, but other than that, took a good catch as well.
Here's the over from Mason Crane. 106 without loss. 5 came from it at halfway stage. The fact is, if England don't get a wicket in the next 5 overs or so, they're almost going to be out of sight, aren't they?
Just looking on the replay, Crane's getting a little bit of spin back into these left-handers. But both of them are well set now.
As you say, with spin back into the left-handers for a leg spinner, he can't bowl an attacking line.
No.
Because if he does, he's just going to give them some arms, isn't he? So it's a problem for him. Good fielding of his own bowling by Jack.
It's a long way down. Managed to stop that by his toes.
England captain Ben Stokes says the Lord's pitch for the test against New Zealand did not benefit Test cricket. He'll be in trouble with his employers if he's not careful.
I think that the pitch at Lord's has been taking a bit of a pasting all week.
It was not good enough.
No, not great at all. I've not seen.
That doesn't flood 8 times a year.
No. Can't remember seeing many matches where I've seen so many LBWs and bowls with batters missing it by such a long distance. It almost looked like there was appreciable seam movement and some good bowling on show.
A few kept low, didn't they?
And a few kept low, but it almost seemed that the ball was hitting the pitch and just like almost gathering pace. Like it looked like batters were being caught.
Yeah, you'd have had to be a very, very good player to make runs on that pitch. I mean, Harry Brook got 50 in the first innings, should have been out twice.
Yep.
England probably, had he been out twice, would have been bowled out for
less than 100.
Yeah, and the game might not even have gone to a third. They should have lost a 3rd wicket at Bristol. Terrible start for them.
I thought Emilio Gay played pretty well on debut.
Yeah.
Soaked up the pressure. Made his. I'm guessing he must have made the highest score in the game with his 58, 57.
Was it, what did Brook get? Just 50? Or
about the same, I imagine.
Yeah, it was very, very tough. And there was some very good bowling as well.
Yeah, that Willow Rourke is...
Nathan Smith's pretty handy as well. We had him here a couple of years ago at Worcester and he was very impressive.
Yeah, I think he bowled quicker than I thought he did when I'd seen him previously, when he was here for Worcestershire and then subsequently for Surrey.
But he's a busy bowler at the batsman all the time, at the batsman, and makes things happen. And he seems to have a little bit of a Indian sign over Joe Root. I think he's got him out 3 or 4 times. So yeah, but they're on the wrong side of it. They've lost the game, New Zealand, of course. Ooh, gets lucky there.
That's the latest bit of luck for Herman.
Just one run off that over.
First time seeing Eddie Jack in the flesh. I've seen him on the live streams previously, bowling for Hampshire. He's bowled pretty well here.
Yeah.
His numbers haven't been brilliant previously. Although from a fairly small sample size, and he bowled pretty well in the 4-day games between these two sides. But yeah, he's probably stuck to his task quite nicely here. It's not another wicket down at
I think it
Bristol, is it?
I think it is.
Crane continues, and Pretorius over pitched and smashed into the stand here at the New Road end for 6 more.
28 for 4. Gloucestershire. They're in a bit of trouble. Janssen got all 4.
Not bad for
4 for 11 in 11 balls.
Not bad for someone who was signed as a late replacement due to Liam Scott being called up.
What did he bowl?
Brother of Marco Janssen, as Pretorius has smashed another one over Ace of Tribes head long on. Back-to-back 6s to start this over. Dwayne Janssen bowls left arm seam.
Left arm seam.
Much like his brother Marco Janssen.
4 for 11 in 11 deliveries. I can't get my head around that.
Yeah, he only ended up signing for Gloucestershire because Liam Scott, the Australian, was selected to play for Australia in the ongoing series against Pakistan.
This is brilliant from Pretorius. He's absolutely murdering it now. Mason Crane been hit for a 3rd.
And that short.
Talking about what we said earlier in the first innings, and if people have been listening and watching all day, they'll remember the conversation about what it means to people to play in this game, etc., etc. One of the things that can happen is that a senior player like Mason Crane, who sees it as an opportunity to enhance his prospects, actually the opposite happens. He has a bad day, and the coaches look and think, oh, well, maybe he's not ready after all. So that's why there needs to be a focus. But Pretorius is absolutely running away with this. He's 86 at a run a ball now. And when you think that, well, his 50, can't remember, his 50 was off
60 something. I'm going to go with 61 balls for his 50. Short, and this one shoots along the ground.
He's absolutely flying now. And I would imagine if he gets past 100, he'll be in overdrive. Great to watch.
Yeah, it's
great ball strike.
So quiet out there on the field, and this is short and cut.
Oh, it's great fielding.
2 fast bowlers there combining Mahmood and Eddie Jack. But yeah, it's so quiet out there, and I think there's not been a real. There was that period when England were beating the bat when there felt like a bit of intensity, but since then, this game's been played at the pace that Pretorius and Herman have wanted to play it at.
It feels like a trial, doesn't it?
It does.
Which I suppose it is in some ways, but it feels like a trial. 19 off that over.
He did well to come back after being hit for 3 sixes to start it.
It feels like a trial. Another thing about, I think, going back to the noise thing, you're not, if you don't know the bowler very well, you're not going to go, go on, because you might think, well, who do you think you are telling me to do that? And I think that is a difficulty. There's a bit of a gathering out there of the brain's trust, such as it is.
Yeah, it looks like Cox, Mahmood and Potts speaking to Eddie Jack, trying to formulate some way of forcing a wicket and trying to get England into this game.
They're getting hammered at the moment. 126 without loss.
There's been some one-sided games
73 to win
in this series, and this is shaping up to be another. England haven't, to be honest, come close to winning any of them. The 2 4-day games were 8-wicket wins for South Africa, and the opening 50-over contest on Friday night was, or Friday during the day, sorry, was a 9-wicket win. And this is very much heading the same direction.
Herman on strike, 39 off 43 for him. Make that 43 off 44 as he clips the first ball of the over mid on for 4. So it's amazing how much more of the strike Pretorius has had.
That was Pretorius again, actually. He's into the 90s now.
Why did I say it's Herman? I beg your pardon. It's amazing how much more of the strike he's had, even though I was wrong about saying that was Herman. 87 now off 89. Herman 39 off just 43. So it's 91 off 90 now. The board's caught up. He's in overdrive. Clips that one away just for a single. So 92 off 91 for Pretorius, and Herman 39 off 43. Really unusual.
Yeah.
It's not as if he's deliberately farmed the bowling, or maybe he's one of those who just is very good at counting.
Very good at counting.
Yeah. But fair play to him. He's played brilliantly. It's been great to watch.
Yeah, I think
didn't play as much and miss as much as Herman early on, but
Herman has really rode his luck.
He's just been very, very confident, hasn't he?
I think as this is sliced over the head, 3 fielders converging, and Herman gets away with it again. It's fuller, wider, and Herman, as he does, throws the hands at it. I think the strike disparity is partially down to the fact that these two batters aren't really looking to rotate. No. They're not looking to rotate the strike.
There haven't been many quick singles.
No, very few quick singles, and Pretorius has got into a habit of hitting boundaries, pushed the field back, and then off the last ball of the overs managed to get a single.
Big bite. Well, another 10 overs should do it, shouldn't it? I would think. The way things are going.
Yeah, 65 to win. We're only in the 23rd over. South Africa's run rate is now up almost at 6 and over. Needing less than 200 to win at the start of the innings. This is heading a canter.
I think the other thing is, and I'm anticipating and kind of guessing rather than speaking from a position of authority, but if you're the England Lions coaching team and you're getting the boys back into the dressing room after a game like this, and they've just got pasted, and there's another one coming on Tuesday, and you need to get them ready for that. All the things you say, I'm sure they'd say absolutely the relevant and important, salient observations about the game, but how much does it actually mean? You know, it's not like a club side where you think, well, we're in a league table and we've got to get some points, etc. Nobody. I'm not suggesting any lack of effort or application whatsoever, but that is just the way it is.
Yeah, and as you say, while for the likes of Crane and Cox, maybe this is a bit of an audition for the full England side later in the summer. But for the likes of Faulkner, Mays, Singh, Dawkins, these guys are still so early in their career. This game probably won't mean a great deal.
No. And I don't, and they'll sit and they'll listen to the coach and say absolutely, and they'll come out on Tuesday and they'll do absolutely their best to apply everything they've been told. But there's just something more when it's a team in a competition with a league and points and everything to work for. It's just it's the nature of these games. It's as simple as that, really.
Yeah,
but it's, at the moment, it's been a very, very, very impressive, comprehensive performance so far. That one is slogged away on the leg side by Herman for a single. And they were on top with the ball. And Pretorius in particular has been dominant out there. Herman had a fair bit of luck early on. Mahmood bowled well. But it's been very, very impressive from the visitors. And Pretorius might just show a little bit more caution now as he nears 3 figures. He's a good player, no question about that. We're going to see a lot of him in white ball cricket for sure.
Yeah, we certainly will. Yeah, when you're playing as a side regularly, those victories mean a little bit more, and the defeats, they hurt a little bit more, don't they? Whereas,
yeah, none of these players are going to go away feeling, you know, utterly. That was the Google.
This is
He's picked it.
Smashed.
He picked it. None of these players are going to go away feeling bereft because they've come out on the wrong side of a game against South Africa, are they?
No, I'm sure.
I'm not, and that isn't suggesting any lack of professionalism whatsoever. But you don't feel it, I don't think, quite in the same way.
Yeah, I imagine it might be a case more of a little bit concerned about personal performance rather than.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Than feeling like you maybe let the side down. Even from personal experience of club cricket that I play, I know that if I don't perform, I always feel like I've let the team down rather than feeling like annoyed that I've done badly personally. As this is dropped short and smashed. It's 50 for Herman.
It's 50 for Herman. Yeah. And Mason Crane is proving very, very expensive. Herman's 50. 49 balls. He had a fair bit of luck early on. Mason Crane has gone for 53 off 5. And it's 12 off that over 146 for no wicket.
Yeah, Herman.
Yeah, I was going to. Sorry, go on.
No, go on. I was just going to say Herman in pretty good form. 57 in the first game, 52, 57 not out. Followed it with 52 currently. Looks
I was thinking of what you were saying about defeats and how you handle it and the effect it has on you. Something I discovered a few weeks ago when I was doing I usually do a quiz question, single there to Pretoria. So I usually do a quiz question on each day of the game if it's a home county game, and I try and come up with questions that concern both teams. So if Worcestershire were playing Kent the other day here, and I did quiz questions each day. I have to get some prepared actually for Middlesex coming up. And one of them was Graham Dilley, who was a very good friend of mine who played for Kent and England, of course, and then came to Worcestershire and played here. Sadly no longer with us. Brilliant bowler. Many people remember him sharing in one of those partnerships with Graham Dilley in that win at Headingley in 1981. Tremendous test bowler, played 49 test matches for England. How many times do you think he was on the winning side?
So he had
Jack bowls again. This is cut in the air. Herman's beginning to cut loose now. Over backward point, 4 more. They are cantering away. 147 without loss now. 150 is up. 151 now without loss. Absolutely flying along. Will be done in no time. Yeah, go on. 49 tests. How many times was he on the winning side?
So he was batted with both of them in the
Headingley
was it
81.
Headingley 81. So
that was one.
That was one. I'm going to say a handful more. 4 out of 49. This is hit down the ground. Excellent diving stop by Cox.
I'm just checking it was 49 and not 41. It might have been 41, but I'm just checking.
It was over pitch by Jackson. Herman tried to drill it through mid-off.
41
41
tests between 1979 and 1989. So 41 tests in 10 years, which suggests that he was pretty regular when he was fit.
So
2.
Two. Pretty
one
dominant.
at Brisbane and 1 at Headingley. And he was a brilliant, world-class bowler. That's the extent to which England were dominated in that period, particularly by the West Indies, but also by Australia.
I was about to say, he played in the era when that West Indies side were pretty much all conquering.
Absolutely. But what I was going to say is, how do you, as a top-class test match performer, how do you raise yourself game after game after game after game after game after game to bowl at the world's best players when you keep losing? You know, it must have been extremely difficult, not just for Graham Dilley but for everybody else as well. Not surprisingly, we're seeing a bowling change. I think it's going to be Akansh Singh at the New Road end. Well, goodness me, what did I say? How many overs? 48 to win now. I said 30, didn't I?
Exactly halfway.
48 to win. 25 gone. I reckon they'll do it in 6 overs from here. I'd be very surprised if they don't. Not surprisingly, Mason Crane has been withdrawn with figures of 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 53. Matty Potts is looking pretty good. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15.
Yeah, he was very good with the new ball. The majority of those runs, I think, came in that
last over
that he bowled.
Yeah. He did.
Yeah, I'm not sure Mason Crane bowled that badly, although in that final over he did look a little lost for where to bowl. Akansh Singh starts with a single to victorious.
I think what Mason Crane showed us there is that bowling with a white ball against some of these new breed of batters is extraordinarily difficult.
Yeah, bowling to 2 guys who are intent on
and
trying to put you,
left-handers. If you're a leg spinner, it's not great, is it?
Trying to put you under pressure and are well set, chasing a small total. Deck was stacked fairly against him.
Not a good time to come on to bowl if you're Akansh Singh either. But opportunity knocks, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's
pick up a couple of wickets, impress the coaches. Slower ball, nicely played. I think if Pretorius gets to 100, then he will really cut loose, don't you? 96 off 98 now.
Yeah,
he's not going to throw it away now.
Certainly looks like he's just trying to get himself over the line to 3 figures, and I'm sure he'll put the foot back down on the accelerator. Akansh Singh short, dispatched.
Cool.
6 more. These two, any time the ball is dropped short, they have
That's the
pounced on
11th
it so
6.
quickly.
It's the 11th 6 of the innings.
England hit 1, 2?
England hit 2.
2.
Oh, it's the 10th, I beg your pardon. Pretorius 7, Herman 3. Crikey. That was huge as well, wasn't it? And it was where he hit it from as well. What a great shot.
It's well in front of square. It sort of goes over mid-wicket for 6 towards the scoreboard on to the left of where we're sat at the New Road end. And this is scythed over the offside. Mahmood's running round, does well to cut that off, stop it going for a boundary, keep it just to a single. Herman must be seeing the ball pretty well now. Every time he gets what he feels is a loose delivery and doesn't get it to the exact gap that he wants, he's rehearsing his shot and placing it with his hand.
Yeah.
Driven down the ground by Pretorius. Faulkner's going to have to come around to cut this off, and does well, gets the ball in the air. Keeps it to just a single. Pretorius keeps the strike. 97 from 99 deliveries.
I'm just looking at the live chat on our live stream. Not many from this country that I can see. There might be a few watching it, but I would imagine a lot of cricket fans in this country are watching streams of T20s and that kind of thing today. But we've still got well over 1,000 people watching. Had over 2,500 watching this morning, all across the world, and they're watching an exhibition which we're enjoying here. And we're about to see Navandre Pretorius go to a brilliant 100. Be very surprised if he doesn't. That said, Matthew Potts, the pick of the England Lions bowlers so far, is being reintroduced into the attack at the Diglis end of the ground, the opposite end from which he bowled before, but I have seen him bowl from the Diglis end with some success for Durham. But it is a canter at the moment, 37 required. If I tell you that the current run rate is 6.2 and the required rate is 1.5, that will tell you everything you need to know. Potts bowls and Pretorius pushes out on the offside watchfully and says no, not taking one there. Sikandar Raza doing the biz for Worcestershire at the moment and taking them from 28 for 4 to 83 for 4, just over halfway. Game on, I think, down there. Potts bowls, Pretorius on the walk, and ends up playing on one leg.
I think that was a slower ball that I don't think he picked, judging by...
Until he got halfway down the pitch, yeah. He's one of those players that he's enjoying it, isn't he? You get the sense out there that he's really having a good time.
He
seems to really be relaxed and just having a good time playing cricket. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, it does look like now he's got himself well set. He looks like he's enjoying the battle.
He stabs the bat down on this one, jabs the bat down and sees it go to third man, thinks there might be two, runs the first one quickly, turns, anticipates the second, but absolutely no chance of getting back as a throw comes in from Mason Crane down there.
Must want to get to that 100. That's the fastest that I've seen him run down to the far end and turn and pivot.
I was going to say that, but I thought his mum and dad might be listening.
Well, normally he hits the ball so hard, there's no chance of two.
No need to run. I can see why they say he's the new Quentin de Kock, can't you? There's a lot of similarities, aren't there? Or to my untutored eye, anyway.
Yeah, I think so. he's not quite as de Kock. One of the things I think that sets him apart is how good he was on the short ball. Anything, especially off the faster bowlers, anything short and sort of into the body, he would put away, which is actually what Herman's done well today. But yeah, Pretorius, what he does do is any width, and any time the spinner over pitches, he just climbs into it. And he might get his 100 here. He's turned, comes back for 2. I think that's Dawkins who does the fielding on the cover boundary, but can't stop the 2 runs that takes Pretorius to 100 from 103 balls, 7 4s, 7 6s. High five and a hug from his opening partner.
Brilliant.
Herman. That's a pretty incredible 100 that's taken his team to the doorstep of victory, really. 33 runs required.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
That's well fielded. Nailed that one as well.
He's annoyed with himself, isn't he? Cracking shot. Straight to the fielder.
Just 4 from that. Potts come back over. Still respectable bowling figures of none for 19 from 6 overs.
Worcestershire followers at Bristol. Worcestershire 87 for 5 in the 12th over.
Let the Sikander's out then. Adam Ho's still in. It's game on, isn't it?
He's an excellent T20 batter as well. Adam Hose.
No, it's Hose that's out actually. Sikander Raza still in. Hose out for 14 off 18 deliveries. It's obviously not easy. But the man who did the damage, Janssen, 4 for 18 off 2. Ganj Singh is back, hammered into the offside by Herman. He's really enjoying this out there, Pretorius. You just got the feel of it. He just looks like somebody who loves batting. I saw a really nice interview with Dan Mousley the other day. You know, the Warwickshire batter, and he was captain of the Lions, wasn't he, in the 4-day games?
Yeah, he was.
And he was interviewed after getting 100 against somebody for Warwickshire. Actually, it was against Surrey, I think. Single there. And he said, you know what, I just love playing cricket. I just love it. And I love batting more than anything else. Now this is a lad I've coached. I've worked with him quite closely when he was about 15, 16 years old, and that's it. It's just joy, isn't it? It's just, this is what I want to do. I'm a Warwickshire supporter. I've grown up watching Warwickshire. I joined the age groups, and now I'm in the first team and I'm playing cricket. And that's, what else? What else? Why would I not just love it? He said. And I thought it was great to hear somebody say that.
Yeah, I think that is timed so well by Pretorius. Only for one, but he absolutely nailed it.
And it's hard work sometimes, especially if you're a fast bowler. And we talked about the injuries before and everything else, but at the end of the day, cricket is a game. We all start playing it because we enjoy it and it's fun. To end up playing it for a living and being well paid to do it, if you're someone like Dan Mousley, who's, you know, had a few gigs in various franchises here and there. What fun.
Yeah, I think it's nice to see players talk about how much they enjoy playing the game, because I think as fans listening, you think how brilliant it must be to be playing professional cricket, but these guys spend a lot of time on the roads.
Yeah,
hotels, travelling a lot, and I can imagine that if you're are getting beaten every single week, it can start to feel like a bit of a drag, and sometimes maybe even as a batter, we talk about the injuries for fast bowlers, but as a batter, you're dealing with the mental game of misfielded there by Cox. And the ball trickles into the mid-wicket boundary. 4 more to Herman, who's almost tennis shot, drag that into the leg side. But yeah, as a batter, you've got that mental load of, if you're not performing.
Yeah. Everyone's on your case, especially with social media these days.
Exactly. Well, just look at, there was a video that was posted in the build-up to the England Test match of Emilio Gay in the nets, and it sparked a lot of debate. As this is picked up nicely over mid-wicket, 1 bounce for 4. Herman is on the charge as well. There's not quite enough runs here for him to get to his 100, but he and Pretorius are trying to get this game done. Yeah. It's 176 without loss.
10 off the over.
10 off the over. 2 overs for 21 for Ekansh Singh. Yeah, just to go back to that Emilio Gay discussion on social media.
That might have been 6. He's asking, the umpire's asking.
I thought that bounced in front.
No, he's not. He was asking for the ball.
But yeah, just to see a video in the nets, didn't look like, wasn't against bowling. It was throwdowns from the coach, and to have thousands of people dissecting his technique and saying that he's a walking LBW, that must be quite hard for someone that.
Well, and they do see it. Whatever anybody tells you, there's a player called Ed Pollock who retired here at Worcestershire this year. Good Yorker from Potts dugout, and Ed Pollock came in and did half an hour with me on air last season, at the end of his season, when he'd announced his retirement. And this is somebody who, 5 years ago, I think was the top T20 performer in world cricket on strike rate and everything. And he said it's been a gat, it's been a ball. I've loved it. I've spent 10 years basically trying to hit every ball out of the park. He said, but there have been times.
That slower ball by Potts was picked.
Whacked. That was like Dad on the beach, wasn't it? Just drop it short, mate. Go and get that.
Yeah, don't bowl there to me, son.
And he said, Ed Pollock, if they tell you they don't look at social media, they are not telling the truth. He said, we all look and it hurts. So bear that in mind next time you sit down behind your keyboard to say that Emilio Gay can't play off his legs. 180 without loss. Did I say 30 overs? 184 without loss.
That was.
I said 30 overs. I'm not going to be far off. I'm going to be smack on, I reckon.
Short and Pretorius flat battered it through cover.
15 needed.
I think it's worth reminding everyone watching, listening as well, that Pretorius is just 20. 20 years old. Already capped in all 3 formats for South Africa. Has a Test match 100.
Absolutely incredible. What a player.
An incredibly talented cricketer.
Who's his Test 100 against?
It was.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. No. I hate it when people do that to me.
No, you're fine. I'm going to say against Zimbabwe. He's played just the two Test matches.
It's a big full toss, and
on debut, 153.
Yeah. Wow. What a talent. What a talent.
Played just a couple of times in the IPL for Rajasthan, as this is pitched up and smashed back past Matthew Potts for 4 more.
And the Worcester wicket down. Come to hate that little sound. Rolls is out 47, 100 for 6. 13. Somebody's got to come up with 40 odd.
From 7 overs.
It's not hard. It's
No.
not that bad. It's just 6 wickets, isn't it?
Worcestershire have
Matthew
got-
Waite's still in.
I was going to say,
Tom
Worcestershire
Taylor.
have got some talented lower order batters there. Waite and Taylor. That's a well bowled Yorker by Potts.
Waite and Taylor. Usama Mir likes a smear. I have to remember that one for my next commentary.
Yeah.
End of the over from Potts. 188 for naught. We are nearly done here. And my 30 over prediction is looking red hot, I reckon, with a further 11 required.
Well,
And Akansh Singh to bowl, they will come in this over.
Yeah, you're in for in with a good chance here. Akansh Singh 2 overs for 21.
I'm in with a very good chance of winning nothing.
I'm assuming you haven't ran that Usama Mir line past the man himself.
Well, he does. You should have seen the way he batted on Friday night. That's where my dad on the beach idea came from, because he just stood there, didn't move his feet, and just biffed it for 6 about 3 times. But it does have a certain ring to it.
It's an uncomplicated game sometimes. Just stand there and smash it.
Yeah.
Pitched up.
Driven for 1. So we need 10 in 5 balls for me to be spot on with the 30 overs.
Pretorius is on strike.
Every chance.
He's going to give it a go, I'd imagine.
Every chance. Wow, it's been good, isn't it? They struggled a bit early on.
Yeah, it's been impressive batting. Slower ball.
Well bowled. That's nicely bowled, actually. Intelligent cricket at this stage, I think that.
Yeah, you know they're going to come at you. I know his figures aren't very good, but I think Akansh Singh's got the makings of a really nice bowler. He's got good action.
And, well, all-rounder,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, batted pretty well. Although with his wicket falling, so did the hopes of a good England score. And
Probably
standard deliver
well fielded
by Herman, excellently fielded by Faulkner down in front of us.
He probably runs up a bit further than he needs to, I think. But that's something that we're working on with his coaches, I think. Nothing wrong with it. I just think you've giving yourself unnecessary extra work, really. If you look at his approach, he could reach that same speed as he hits the crease from starting about 5 yards further forward, I think.
Yeah, he begins to walk in from the edge of the 30-yard circle. That is wonderfully timed by Pretorius.
And he's only going to get 1. He's going to let me down here.
Cole's got a big hand on it to stop it going for 4. Meant that Saqib Mahmood could run round and cut it off.
7 needed off 2 balls. Not happening. I've lost my money. No, I didn't bet.
Well,
I never bet.
if Akansh drops this short, it might disappear into the crowd.
Falconer's coming up from long off. Been great batting from these two, isn't it? It's been great to watch, actually. Really, really impressive. Good bowling early on. Bit of luck, especially Herman, but brilliant from.
But they as we spoke about earlier, England didn't ride their luck to his short and wafted at almost an overhead smash by Herman. Yeah, we talked about England trying to ride out that period where South Africa are on top, and well, these two have done just that. England had a period where they bowled well, beat the outside edge, but these two weathered that early storm, got through it, and have absolutely cashed in.
Yeah, brilliant.
Another slower ball.
That's good over.
Herman on the pad, leg by, good over. Just the 4 singles and a leg by, I think. Looking at the scoreboard over the other side of the grounds towards the cathedral.
Another wicket. Wait, 107 for 7. they're in trouble, aren't they? Low scoring game.
Yeah, the matches have been slightly lower scoring at Bristol this year.
Changing the bowling.
James Coles, I think, is coming back on. Yep.
I'll put my hand up, skipper. So Saz Mahmood isn't going to bowl again. 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 31. And guess what? Matty Potts, 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 31. You don't often get that. Eddie Jack, 6 overs for 26.
James Coles.
Mason Crane, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 53. And Akash Singh, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 25.
6 runs to win here for South Africa A. To win by 10 wickets if they get them.
There's one of them.
Coles gets a hand.
Will it be one shot? Will it be one shot, Matt? I reckon it will.
I reckon so. I reckon Pretorius is...
Chestnut tree, do you think?
That's exactly where I was about to say. I'm glad you jumped in with the type of tree before I misidentified it. But yeah,
it's a conker tree. But that's a single. You've seen him coming. Just a full toss. Get right up there, James Coles. So 2 off 2 and 4 required. Still could be conker tree.
Drop short, and that is that. Hit towards the ladies' pavilion. And that is about as comprehensive as you will see.
Victory to South Africa A by 10 wickets.
Pretorius unbeaten on 115.
On Tuesday when
Herman
will take on South Africa A again.
Unbeaten on 83. 116 for Pretorius. Superb from these pair. 2 leg buys.
With Middlesex.
No wickets. 30.3 overs. Does not come much more comprehensive than that. Magnificent batting from Leandre Pretorius and Ruben Herman. And Herman finishes on 83, which is his number. And Pretorius 116 not out. I gave you the bowling figures just to finish them. James Coles 2.3 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 33. They don't make very pretty reading. It's a brilliant win for South Africa. And just before we go, I'd like to say a very big thank you to Matthew Howes for his company and his expertise in the commentary box today. And a very big thank you to everybody who's listened to our commentary and watched the live stream. We will be back with commentary and coverage of the next game in this series here again on Tuesday. Until then, a very, very good afternoon.
Thanks for your attendance.